you're good. Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. The meeting will now come to order. Hello, I'm Donna Savigny, President of the Board of Education, and I'd like to welcome you to the October 14th, 2020 Board meeting. In keeping with the Board's commitment to open communication with the community, this meeting is being streamed live on the CCPS website at www.carrollk12.org and broadcast live on Channel 21. We are also recording this meeting so that it can be accessed on demand on our website and broadcast throughout the month on Channel 21. This will be a hybrid meeting in which board members are present in the boardroom. However, staff will be participating virtually. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, the public will not be able to attend the meeting with the exception of those who wish to speak during citizen participation. Citizen participation is scheduled on the agenda for approximately 5 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. Speakers will be allowed in the meeting room individually for the allotted 3 minutes to address the board. Citizens who wish to speak must adhere to the social distancing guidelines and safety precautions we have previously publicized in communications about public comment for this meeting. Citizens must wear a mask while in the building and also when addressing the board. The Board of Education will also continue taking public comment related to tonight's agenda items through alternate means. Citizens not appearing in person for public comment can write to the board through email or U.S. mail. Comments received will be posted on the website. For board members and staff who are participating in the virtual meeting, I would remind us all to silence our cell phones and other devices around us that the microphones may pick up. Also, we should each silence our microphones when we are not speaking. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Board members, please give me a moment. I believe that my video is not streaming. So, board members, do I have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia,
I'll second it.
seconded by Dr. Dorsey. Board members, any corrections or changes to the agenda?
Just that we are going into closed at the end. I
Yes.
don't know whether you mentioned that or not.
Thank you for that, Dr. Dorsey. I will mention, as you said, that we did take a recess out of closed earlier this evening, so we will be going back into closed session at the conclusion of tonight's open session meeting. Board members, any other changes or additions? No? Not hearing then, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the approval of the minutes. Board members, I need a motion to approve the unapproved board meeting minutes for September 9th, 2020.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Kyler. Okay, board members, any corrections or changes?
I had a question on page 12. I'm looking at the second paragraph, beginning with board members were concerned. The sentence dealing with the opt-out option for elementary. I thought it was for all of our levels. Was it just for elementary, or were we saying we wanted at each of the levels for our students to have the opt-in option?
I think you're right. It was at all levels.
All
Is
levels.
that correct, Mr. Anderson?
That's correct, and that's the way it says in our programs and studies as well. It's for all levels.
Okay.
Okay. So that would just be a cross out For the elementary level.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
for all levels. Mhm.
For all levels, okay.
And then on page 15, the paragraph that begins after revenge of the electric car, the items that we were looking at removing was one book and one DVD instead of two textbooks.
That's correct.
Okay, so instead of 2 textbooks, should we just say 2 items?
Yes, either 2 items or one book and one DVD.
Right, so if we could change that statement so it says the original motion, and it says and include removing, I think it should say the original motion to remove the 2 items listed above.
Okay.
Does that make sense? To remove the 2 items listed above. Okay. Okay. Did you have another one, Dr. Dorsey?
You know, I really wanted to mention on page 17, the paragraph, the second paragraph where we were talking about the start date for the first day of school next year. I really made a comment that I wanted us to be respectful and move that first day of school for next year. So I would like to have that noted.
Would you be able to give the comment? Can you email that to Ms. Lucido to make sure that it gets included
Okay, or
appropriately?
just to add that the comment was made that I, suggested that we certainly show respect for the entire community and begin school on that second day instead of the Tuesday, the Wednesday. And I suggested that we could possibly add a day on at the end of the school year. But if you'd like, I can go back and re-listen to exactly how I worded it and share that comment.
Okay. And we will be talking about that again this evening, so. Okay, Ms. Lucido, do you have that? Can you go back and listen to the tape and just make sure that we get Dr. Dorsey's comment?
Absolutely.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank you. Board members, any other comments? I did have one on page 12. At the very last line on the page, I think we're getting confused about the opt-in versus opt-out. It says that we unanimously approved with student representative agreement that the opt-in, opt-out process remain the same. I think it was just that we had an opt-in process, so I think we were saying that the opt-in process remains the same. You can just cross out the opt-out. Do board members agree with that?
Yes.
Right, and that's what the regulations now say as well.
Okay, great. And on page 13, there's a statement sort of in the middle of the page where it says federal COVID funding was 70% of our total funding. I think that comment isn't quite right. Mr. Hartlove, can you say, was it federal COVID funding covered 70% of the excess COVID expenses? Is that?
And help me here, it's in context to.
This is on the COVID-19 fiscal impact discussion that we had. And
Sorry,
on,
I didn't hear you.
So Chris, this was at last month's regular board meeting where we discussed the agenda item COVID-19 fiscal update. You provided updates on the fiscal impact, and we're going to do that again tonight. It included, expenditures, funding sources. We stated that it will continue to evolve, and then I think what's in question here is, while it did include a cumulative up-to-date overview through August 27th, Mr. Hartlove added that so far we are within our local budget. The next statement says federal COVID funding was 70% of our total funding. That's a little bit confusing. And I'm not exactly sure either what was meant by whatever it was you said or how it was captured, but.
Right, and I'm even trying to remember the context of that
right?
Because the 70% is not really,
Perhaps we need to just strike that comment.
That's
and
what
then
I was gonna
I
say.
think if we
too,
just
right?
strike that statement, because
Yeah.
it's not really pertaining to anything that's crucial, but it is kind of a
It's
confusing,
confusing,
misleading
yeah.
statement. So, okay, so if we just cross out that statement,
yes, sorry for that confusion.
oh, no problem. I mean, I think I know what it was pertaining to, but it's not quite captured properly here. So I think if we just eliminate it, that resolves the issue. Okay, board members, any other comments or changes on the minutes? Okay, then with that, I will call for the vote on the minutes from September 9th, 2020 as amended. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously, thank you. Okay, now we need a motion to approve the unapproved board updates meeting minutes for September 23rd, 2020.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Dorsey, seconded by Ms. Battaglia. Okay, board members, comments or revisions? I did have one on page 8, under the Family Life and Human Development Regulations. The sentence in the middle of the page says, Mr. Anderson commented that it was clear that the board wanted a change from the opt-out to an opt-in policy. I think that it should state that we wanted a change in the administrative regs.
That's correct.
It was not a change to the policy, it was a change to the administrative regulations.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, board members, any other questions or comments? No? Then with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of the meeting minutes from September 23rd, 2020 as amended, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously, thank you. Board members, now I need a motion to approve the unapproved board updates meeting minutes for September 30th, 2020.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Kyler. Board members, any comments or revisions?
On page 10, current sentence is Ms. Mystery suggested beginning athletics at the end of the first quarter. It should be.
I'm sorry, Devanshi, can you state where you're looking again? I couldn't hear you.
Page 10.
On page 10,
Page 10, okay, thank you.
it should be Ms. Mystery suggested beginning athletics on October 7th and moving to hybrid at the end of the first quarter.
Trying to find the paragraph.
The second last paragraph.
Okay, so your suggested wording is Ms. Mystery suggested beginning,
Athletics on October 7th and moving to hybrid at the end of the first quarter.
okay. Ms. Lucido, did you get that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you, Devanshi. Okay, I did have one comment on page 4 and one on page 6, and it is the same comment in both places. It says, attend school every day of the week. I believe that it should say every day of the week that in-person instruction will be happening, right? Because the fifth day of the week would not be, Wednesdays would not be, it's not every day of the week, it's 4 days of the week. So that would be at the very top of page 4, and also with the end of the third paragraph on page 6.
Could you repeat that, President Savigny?
Yes, so at the very top of page 4, and leading into it on the bottom of page 3, it says, to attend school every day of the week. It should say every day of the week that in-person instruction is available. And it's the same comment to be added to the third paragraph in the middle of page 6, where it says, again, it says, to come to school every day of the week that is open for in-person instruction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Board members, any other comments on these? Okay, then I will call for the vote on the minutes of the September 30th, 2020 meeting as amended. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, board members, that brings us to the public participation section. Ms. Herbert.
All right. To have an orderly presentation of comments by the public, the following guidelines apply. Speakers will be allowed in the boardroom individually for the allotted 3 minutes to address the board. Citizens who wish to speak must adhere to the social distancing guidelines and safety precautions we have previously publicized in communication about public comments for this meeting. All citizens must wear a mask in the building and when addressing the board. Citizens not appearing in person for public comment can write to the board through email or U.S. mail. Number 2, citizens' participation is not intended to be a question and answer session. However, if citizens have specific questions, the superintendent will assign a staff member to make contact during the board meeting to arrange a time to respond to the question. Number 3, the superintendent board reserve the right to correct misinformation presented as factual after the conclusion of the citizen participation period. Statements to the board should relate to a recent agenda item, an agenda item that is expected to appear in the future, or a matter of general policy over which the board has authority. Personnel matters, pending appeals, the action or statement of individual staff, or items related to employee negotiations are not appropriate topics and may not be discussed. It is the intent of the board to allow all citizens an opportunity to speak. Therefore, the board has scheduled time on the agenda for citizens' participation at 5 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. The board reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on a particular topic so that all topics may be addressed. If 30 minutes has passed and there are citizens who have not addressed the board, additional time may be allotted later in the meeting. Number 6, comments are limited to 3 minutes or less. When the allotted time expires, the speaker is permitted to complete a sentence and return to the audience. The public may not display signs or posters during the board meeting. In lieu of signs, or if you are unable to complete your comments in the allotted time, individuals are encouraged to submit remarks to the board in writing. And the first person is Virginia Harrison.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Lockhart, board members, and Commissioner, is he here? My name is Virginia Harrison. I'm a candidate of the Board of Education. Can you hear me with the mask on? I'm a candidate for the Board of Education. And the first thing I want to do is really give a shout out to Wintersville High School for their honor seniors who helped their other students through the pandemic, and to give a shout out to Michael Brown, who's the principal. I'd also like to give a shout out to the Boys and Girls Club for the program that they had this summer, working with our kids and going out and visiting them, making sure they were okay, see if anything they needed. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Carroll County Public Library for being available this summer, even though they were closed, and also for letting us use their Wi-Fi. But that's not why I'm here today. I'm here today because this board took away the Jewish holiday. And it really upset me because we worked so hard for years and years and years to get that holiday on the calendar. The school, Carroll County Public Schools, said, we will not get tests on that day. We will not take field trips. We will not have a game. We will not do any of those things. And every year they failed. Every year. We had kids who wanted to make perfect attendance, but they could not because they were celebrating their holiday. We had teachers who had to have their personal leave so they could take the holiday. And I am very disappointed because this doesn't sound very much like equity to me. And I have to give a shout out to Dr. Dorsey because you spoke up. And I really appreciate you speaking up, but the problem was it was just you. And I have to give a shout out to the superintendent because he gave you an ultimate program where you could go 2 days every 7 years, and you didn't want to do that. You did not want to give up 2 days every 7 years, but you take away the Jewish holiday every year. And this is equity? I don't think so. At some point, this board needs to trust this school system because they are the professionals. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Weiner. Michael?
Hi there. Thank you all for allowing me to come this evening. I apologize. I was at the doctor's office. I didn't realize that there was a meeting tonight, but there's been an issue on my mind that I wanted to express to you all. First of all, I want to thank all the teachers for trying to get through this and teach our children the best they can with what they've got in this environment. But my biggest concern here is the school board's take on allowing teachers who are qualified for leave to allow them all to take the leave. I work in the transportation industry. My wife is a nurse. I was just at the doctor's office. We're going to go to the grocery store this evening. These are all essential jobs, but I can't imagine one of these jobs that has more important customers than teachers. The kids need teachers, and they need to be in school. And I think it's very irresponsible, and forgive me for being blunt, but to just allow any qualified teacher to take leave at the expense of the children. No organization can survive this way. Like I said, I work for an airline, and if you don't think everybody wants to take off on Thanksgiving, you don't think people want to take off on Christmas. What would happen if everybody with time off was allowed to take off? How would that affect you going to visit your family? But you know what? Visiting your family isn't as important as the education of our children. So I'm asking you all to reconsider what you're doing here. I think there needs to be a seniority list, if you will. And however many teachers you can allow to take leave at one time is how many you can allow to take leave. And the rest of them, they'll have their chance. But, we missed half the year last year. And now this year, I don't think anybody can agree that even though these teachers are doing a great job working from home or working in the classrooms by themselves with the children in front of a computer, it's not the same. And who knows what the long-term effects of this are going to be on our kids. A lot of them are going to miss an entire year of school, and the system's just going to push them right through. So please reconsider what you're doing. And if you can't do it this time, and this week or next week, figure out a game plan and make that hard decision. You know what? Say no. Say no to the teachers union if they give you a hard time. Our kids' education is at stake, and there's absolutely nothing more important. Thank you all for listening to what I have to say, and hope everybody stays healthy, and hopefully we can get through this as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Karen Withers? Karen?
Good evening, Dr. Lockard and board members. My name is Karen Withers. I live and teach in Westminster. I'm here tonight to speak about the challenges the hybrid model presents for teachers and for families. In a board meeting earlier this year, you talked about virtual learning going well and one major benefit being students being back on a schedule. And since we began, the students have been able to follow a routine schedule with their classes. I'm concerned when hybrid starts, this will change. Teachers are being told we should consider which part of each day's lesson is most appropriate for virtual students and tell them to log on each day accordingly. Schedules will change due to the need to have a building schedule with lunch and recess and specials, and virtual Wednesdays will have their own schedule. Teachers have been told that we need to be flexible as schedules will be changing constantly due to adjusting staffing and finding out what's working and not working. I received 2 emails just today changing students' statuses for a hybrid. My well-laid plans and color-coded materials system for my hybrid cohorts had to change. How can I be fully prepared when things are changing every day? I understand that parents can change their child's status at any time, meaning our numbers of in-person or virtual students can change at any time. Some parents are taking the approach of trying hybrid for a few weeks and then switching back to virtual if they don't like it. That doesn't sound to me like it's a big priority for them to have their students in school. Teachers are killing ourselves trying to jump through hoops and be ready so families can try it out and see if they like it. The last thing I want to talk about is the metrics. We have not yet met the metrics for where the community numbers should be for reopening. Cases in Carroll County continue to rise. I have a friend who teaches in Pennsylvania, and they've been hybrid since September. Her school just went virtual for at least a week because 10 teachers in her building were in quarantine. The families were also told that there was no bus transportation for at least a week in the district because bus drivers tested positive and had to quarantine. So those families are scrambling now to figure out how to get their kids to school or adjust to the elementary school being closed or virtual for a week. There's no consistency for the families, and I don't want to see this happen to our families. Right now, we have a consistent routine, starting the hybrid with changing schedules, possible quarantines, teachers teaching virtually while students sit with substitutes. All of these things take away from the consistency and the quality of the instruction we're offering our students. I believe it's your responsibility as the board to weigh the risks and benefits, which I know is a lot, and to consider the advice and the input from the experts. Listen to the health experts that are saying the numbers don't support reopening yet. Listen to the education experts who are telling you the hybrid model poses too many difficulties for students and families and teachers. Forcing us into the hybrid model right now will result in inconsistency for families and students and dividing the focus of teachers who are juggling multiple groups and teaching multiple formats at the same time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you. Michelle Scobie? Michelle?
Good evening, board members, commissioner, and Dr. Lockard. I've come to speak to you this evening as a concerned educator as well as a concerned parent. I'm a kindergarten teacher in this county as well as a parent of 2 sons that attend Carroll County Public Schools. I want to begin by thanking you for all of the time and energy that you're putting into making these very hard decisions. What you're looking at is a kindergarten teacher who has a passion for teaching. You can ask anyone who knows me. I love my job. I'm a dedicated teacher. What you might not see this evening, or maybe you do, is the exhaustion I'm feeling from the workload that's been placed upon myself and fellow educators. I would like to share a little bit with you this evening about our workload. While we certainly have celebrations about how our system is teaching in the virtual model, it has had its challenges. We've taken everything we know about teaching and flipped it upside down into another format that we've never done before. My coworkers and I are spending an exorbitant number of hours planning, creating lessons, and grading student work. And what we've been able to do is truly remarkable. I am so proud of what our team has been able to accomplish at our school and across the county. Now, just when we have a handle on the virtual model, we're going to be expected to teach in a hybrid model. What does this mean for our workload? Well, now we're creating materials for both in-person instruction as well as virtual instruction, teaching 2 sets of children at the same time in a traditional model and a virtual model, all while supervising students to make sure we adhere to the safety protocols. In addition, our teachers differentiate instruction for students, which requires more work to ensure that our virtual students are receiving an equitable instruction at home. We want all students' needs to be met. Are you aware of the time commitments that go into providing this level of instruction? What we're being asked to do starting October 19th is not sustainable. It's been pointed out that when we had to go virtual in the spring, people said it wouldn't work, and we made it work. And then in the fall, how difficult it would be to make it work. And now here we are being told to make it work again. But at what expense? We continue to increase the workload with the expectation that the quality will continue to remain the same. The expectations we are putting on teachers and staff is just not sustainable. As a parent in the community, I feel that the hybrid model is rushed. I was considering the hybrid model for one of my children if the board adhered to the data and metrics that they set between themselves and Mr. Singer. I'm concerned because the metrics that were put in place are not being adhered to, and it's also concerning that the health department updates and metrics don't even appear on the agenda this evening for discussion. I've heard teachers, in an effort to cut back on leave requests, are being allowed to send their children to school for 4 days a week. This is concerning as a parent because this is now creating possible cross-contamination between cohorts. Again, what is the rush? In addition, I'm concerned about the quality of education my children will have if a substitute with no teaching background is monitoring class. I'm concerned that we're less than a week away, and I just, as of Friday, was still receiving emails from my children's schools looking for substitutes. Again, what is the rush? As mentioned at the last board meeting, we have some of the best teachers in the state of Maryland, and I believe we do. And we're asking you to hear us. Hear us.
Thank you.
Please take these thoughts and concerns into consideration this evening as you move forward with your hybrid model discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
For coming tonight.
Next, we have Gary Foote.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Lockard, Commissioner Frazier, and those of you watching from home. My name is Gary Foote, and I've taught at South Carroll High School for 29 years, but I need your help to make it past 30. I feel a bit like the small child in a fairy tale, you know, the one about the emperor who walked around naked because no one wanted to be thought of as ignorant or incompetent, until a small child yells out that the emperor has no clothes. Tonight I am talking about reopening schools as opposed to close. We know that COVID cases around the country are on the rise, a 21% increase in the last 2 weeks. 39 states report case numbers trending upward. 14 states report record high numbers over the weekend. Yes, this includes the Northeast. In the past month, Carroll County has had more cases than were considered safe for reopening every week. We remain in the high-risk category according to the CDC, and the trends are going in the wrong direction. It's not as if we missed those targets by a little bit. No, this is neither exciting nor necessary. It is troubling. Lots of positives, nothing you have seen that would cause you to change your mind. Do you really believe that? I will admit that there are times in my life when I was fortunate to be, quote, more lucky than good. I am not proud of those moments, but I have learned to appreciate a sound plan as opposed to dumb luck. There can't be a sound plan at this point, not because the system isn't trying, but because the facts on the ground indicate that opening is not safe. And stop downplaying the seriousness of this disease. This is not about eliminating all risk, which of course is impossible. But 1/3 of our students have already said they would rather remain in the online-only format. And those numbers continue to grow. These facts represent much more than a few hiccups. Maybe you truly have made a good case for reopening that was not based on fantasy. If so, it hasn't been properly reported. I like a good story involving fairy tales, magical thinking, and happy endings as much as anyone else. And I have no problem with being lucky rather than good once in a while, but I wouldn't count on any of that for the long run, and of course, it's no way to run a school system. This reopening plan relies on far too much of all of that.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming tonight.
And Kenneth Jensen.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kenneth Jensen. I have my PhD in virology from the University of Maryland. I have had a fellowship at NIH studying poliovirus, as well as worked on several hemorrhagic fever viruses like Ebola. I've traveled to Liberia as part of the outbreak in 2014 through 2016, and the follow-up clinical studies. So where I come from speaking from is from a academic background, from a scientific background, from a virologist background. And I really feel like our Board of Ed, we're not doing our jobs. You're not doing your jobs. Parents across the county, just days before sending their children into school buildings, still have so many questions. And do you know where they're turning to for answers? Not administrators, but to Facebook. At this point, they know the Board of Ed and the superintendent aren't responding to their messages or publicly address their concerns during meetings. There's been stalling, lack of brainstorming during these public Board of Ed meetings, and it truly has me at a loss as to how you are our qualified leaders in charge of our children's safety and education. School administrators provide minimal help since guidance from the Board of Ed is consistently changing. Administrators are also providing conflicting information to their staff about the return to school. Parents are reaching out to their fellow community members to find out things like, will they be able to bring cleaning supplies into the classroom to clean their desks in between classes? I'm getting a little low on time. Let me jump ahead a little bit. Recently, parents are unaware exactly how many other students will be in contact with during the day. Parents are questioning why the metrics, which previously was less than 35 cases over 2 weeks, that were set and voted on a few meetings ago, were completely ignored in maintaining your decision to go hybrid. Even the metrics, when they were set at 42 cases, were ignored. And by the way, just over this past weekend, there was 44 new cases in the county, 43 of which were individuals who do not live in congregate living facilities. 68 cases over just the past week. This is the highest number since September 6th. Also, I saw this morning, Maryland Department of Health reported statewide positivity rate is just above 3%, and that's using what I would term questionable data. Johns Hopkins has it at 5.5%. I'm questioning, as are many other parents and teachers, as to why metrics were set in the first place if they were just going to be ignored and not used in forming a decision in regards to the safety of sending people back into schools. I, along with several other community members, would really like to know why the metrics have been ignored. So we've also changed other guidelines since the initial meetings. At one point, you said all students would not be moving through the building. You also indicated that...
Please finish your thoughts, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at this point, just to finish up, I would just like to say I don't have any confidence in you turning this decision around, but I wanted to leave you with this. When, not if, the number of positive cases increases, more people are hospitalized, and deaths in the community increase, I hope you are not so ignorant as to dismiss the fact that delaying hybrid start could have helped prevent many of these cases. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no one else on the list for a citizen participation.
Okay, so with that, we can move. Do we have
I don't
another?
know who this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexis Hayslip. I'm a sophomore at Century High School. I'm here today asking to allow the students to go back to school full-time and allow us to get back to our high school sports seasons. Going back to school full-time will help improve grades and student motivation. Ever since we've been put in quarantine, everyone I know has been struggling mentally. My friends and classmates have been crying themselves to sleep because they want things to go back to normal. Although we may be sitting in front of a computer while our teachers are teaching us, but this is not the way learning should work. We are able to show up on time, log into the computer, and appear to be in our classes. However, our engagement is extremely low. Our cameras are turned off, and our teachers can't tell what we are doing. Some of us are actually watching younger siblings, helping them with their schoolwork, leaving us for no real learning at all. We will be left behind if we don't get back into the classroom. The social aspect of school is gone and has been gone since March. I've seen very few friends in person since leaving school that Friday afternoon. The way we have been communicating is through social media sites, on TikTok and Snapchat, which are the only which are really the only ways to communicate with my friends these days. Some parents have gone as far as sending their kids to a therapist because they've seen how depressed they're getting. But in reality, we need our friends, sports, school, and normal routine. We want to spend as much time with our friends. Some friends I know have gotten so low in which they've talked about suicide. There's a simple answer. Open the schools and let us go back to the school environment. It's a safe place for us to go and learn. It's not fair to us that you guys are scared to send us back. We are old enough to make our own decisions. If some people are scared to go back, let them stay home, but let us go back if we are ready, and if our family decides it's safe enough for us to go back. It's not fair we are suffering because of you. It's not fair that our mental health is going down because of you guys being scared. It isn't just high school kids suffering. I have a younger brother who should be in kindergarten at Piney Ridge. But now, if my parents weren't able to afford to put him in private school, he would have to be stuck at home in front of a computer all day and having no social interaction. He is a super smart kid and would become very bored if my parents let you all dictate his schooling schedule. Younger kids need to have a social interaction to grow. They need to make friends and play outside and learn how to write and read without using a computer. How are teachers supposed to provide hands-on learning to these little ones being behind a screen? How are they supposed to learn using all of their senses behind a screen? Kids that young staying inside all day and not exploring the outside or having the traditional learning experience is going to cause them to be very lazy in the future. Seniors last year missed their final high school season because of COVID. I can understand why you shut down the schools in the very beginning, but now it's time to open. Some of us have been practicing in sports since the beginning of June. Leagues have set guidelines to follow so we can safely get back on the field. Physical activity is really important for our physical growth and our mental stability.
Please finish your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to not only ask you, but beg you to please send us back. You don't know how bad this has impacted us. You may be surprised to hear we want to get back to school, be with our teachers, guidance counselors, friends, and coaches. We want to learn, play sports, and get back to our normal school routine. It's time to stop being afraid of the virus and start living life. There is a way to be cautious and safe in doing what I'm asking. Give us the opportunity to show you what we can do, and we'll be safe. Our livelihoods depend on you, and it's time to open up and get back to business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For coming tonight.
Let's
Go ahead and
Okay.
bring her in.
And Dana. Dana, yes, come on in.
Hi.
Yes, and I did not pronounce your last name.
Oh, should I go here?
Yes, yes.
I'll introduce, good evening. My name is Dana Shibashevsky. The PR is silent, Z is an SH.
That's what
I have a daughter, 17 years old. Sorry, they caught me off guard. She attends Westminster High. She's a senior. I also have an alumni who graduated in 2019 who has autism and a immune deficiency. I'm here tonight to, I'm not sure if all the school board is here. I think some people are here virtually.
So we're all here tonight.
Oh, you're all here tonight, okay. The word that I got was that some people were gonna do Zoom. I just think if you all, as adults, can't come and sit and have a conference in the same room without being afraid of a virus, what makes it okay to send 800 students back to school sitting next to each other? High school, I'm talking on the high school level. High school students don't have the best hygiene, I hate to admit. And now some of the teachers cannot come back because they are at risk as well. I had the unfortunate privilege of watching a thread last night on Facebook. There was 290 comments going back and forth, hate, discrimination, violence threatened, because everybody has a different opinion. I have chosen for my 4.02 student to opt out of going to school. I don't feel it's safe. I don't think you can keep 800 students at a time safe, even with a day in between. My son has an immune deficiency. What's to say she's not going to bring it home to him? I just had a COVID test yesterday. I'm having surgery on Monday. This is my third time. Luckily, I haven't tested positive. I think it's important for students to socialize and the sports teams to play. But if you watch the NFL, the Tennessee Titans have 26 positive cases of COVID, and they play without masks. But yet the coaches are fined $100,000 if they don't wear a mask on the sidelines. Our students are going to be face-to-face. They are going to have masks, but they're going to be face-to-face with each other. There's teachers that can't come back. I've applied to be a sub because I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid for my student, but I won't have a virus run my life. I won't have a virus run my children's lives. If I have a choice, my senior will stay home and she will graduate from home. And she will graduate with honors as a National Honor Society member, National Technical Honor Society member, and a future educator of America. Again, my point is, if we don't feel safe as adults meeting in a place like this together, it's not safe for 800 students at a time to go back to school and sit next to each other. It's just not possible to disinfect and keep everything clean.
Please finish your thoughts.
Okay, I respect other people's opinion, and I'm going to agree to disagree because I'm sure this is going to come up. I agree to disagree. I agree that I'm going to keep my daughter home as long as I can and protect my student. So I respectfully give you my opinion, and I thank you for the chance to talk.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
For coming tonight.
Thank you.
Ms. Herbert, is that the,
I
that is
think
the last of the
that's-
citizens?
That's it for right now, yes.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
we'll be moving on to employee groups.
There we go.
Good evening, Superintendent Lockhart, members of the Board of Education. Is Commissioner Frazier with us? Hey there, Commissioner Frazier. I'm Teresa Basler McCullough, President of the Carroll County Education Association, who represents the dedicated, hardworking teachers, counselors, RNs, speech-language therapists, OTs, PTs, who most are struggling with workload demands, mixed messages, and health safety worries. Tonight's report is based on toxic positivity. When we focus on the positive and reject, deny, or displace the negative. In theory, it sounds like being optimistic, but in reality, pushing aside our unpleasant emotions only to make them bigger. So instead of saying that our hard work is appreciated, show us by valuing us and treating us like professionals. Listen to us. Instead of recognizing educators are working 12 to 14-hour days and 6 to 7 days a week, show us by removing something from our plates. Instead of reporting that enhanced virtual learning has been successful in most cases, stand by the cliche, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Instead of admitting teachers are working beyond the duty day, offer compensation. Instead of
scrambling for qualified teachers to substitute, extend enhanced virtual learning to resolve the teacher shortage. Instead of making comments that you are listening to educators, remember, actions speak louder than words. And there is definitely a difference between listening and hearing. Instead of commenting teachers will step up to the hybrid challenge, realize that working 12 to 14-hour days, 6 to 7 days a week, was not what our educators were hired to do. It's unsustainable and unhealthy. Instead of administrators asking teachers to cover a class due to the teacher shortage that was beyond their control, compensate educators thinking of ways outside the box. Instead of educators receiving mixed messages that raise stress and anxiety levels, make solid decisions and communicate these plans clearly, concisely, and consistently. And instead of making statements to stay positive, acknowledge the reality of the situation. In closing, we are not being difficult or negative when we ask questions or share our thoughts. Educators are simply seeking direction and guidance in the best interest of our students and your employees. We are trying to figure out what kind of plane you are asking us to build in flight. Are we in this together? And I've left the resource that I cited some of my report from. I'll just leave it on the table.
Thanks, Teresa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is Diane out there? Yes, I think so. Yes, Diane Deal.
Good evening, Dr. Lockard, board members, and Commissioner Frazier, if you're out there in virtual land. My name is Diane Deal, and I am the president of CASE, representing Secretary Clerical, LPNs, and instructional assistants. CASE has been very busy since I last spoke at a board meeting. This Friday, CASE, along with CCPS, will have our annual Instructional Assistant Conference. Looks very different this year, as it will be virtual. I want to thank Jamie Weaver and her staff for coming up with some great sessions that pertain to teaching in the virtual setting. Thank you for making this possible in an impossible year. Sorry, I gotta catch my breath. I walked 10 feet. CASE will also be attending the Maryland State Education Association Representative Assembly virtually Friday and Saturday. Thank you to this year's CASE delegates, Cindy Porter, Sherry Main, and Julia Nixon for attending this conference. And as I said, we have been very busy, mostly behind the scenes. CASE bargaining unit members are the most flexible, aggregate, and valuable employees of Carroll County Public Schools. However, comments made by board members have made us feel less than valued. I have received many emails and would like to share one from a member. At a recent Board of Education meeting, it was announced by Human Resources that teachers could be granted requests to work virtually. However, all CASE people cannot work virtually because they are needed to staff the buildings, substitute, and watch the classrooms for teachers working from home. This is public information. The meeting was recorded. All the IAs that I work with are aware of the substitute situation and willing to help. The way that this information was presented at this meeting was offensive to all of us, both as employees and human beings. We don't want to get COVID or bring it home to our families any more than a teacher or an administrator. We are not a disposable commodity to be used by the Board of Education because 300 plus other employees are being granted a leave of absence. If they want to keep the employees, that are left and willing to work, perhaps they could be a little more respectful. And in closing, case secretaries and LPNs have been back in buildings in some form since April. Some of us have been in the hybrid model since September 14th. I know I have. So as we move into the cohort hybrid schedule on Monday, please be more considerate of the perception your comments may have, especially to those who have been flexible and willing to step up during a very challenging time. I thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thanks, Diane.
That's it.
Is that it?
I think so. Fine.
Okay.
No more papers.
Okay. So, board members, that brings us to section number 3, the COVID-19 updates. So, Dr. Locker, do you want to kick us off?
Right, as I believe we have Mr. Singer on the line here, and as always, he is going to provide some updates for us. Ed, are you there?
Yep. Good evening, Commissioner Frazier and board members. So I believe you all have my slides there, and I think somebody's going to share them from your end. Go ahead to the next slide. I don't really think we're in a much different situation than when I spoke to you last week, and we talked about where we were with metrics and whatnot. Our total number of cases are up a little bit this week by 6 to 69 total cases. We're middle of the week this week again. We're running about probably similar numbers. We're in the low 30s for the cases this week at this point and at this exact point in time. Total cases per day is up a bit because obviously the number's up a bit, and that's how that would factor in. Positivity rate, the way the state counts it in Carroll County is holding steady at 2. The Hopkins rate's down a bit. We did talk last week about, I mentioned to you that we had seen 4 days in a row at the hospital where they had seen a bit of an uptick in COVID activity, but the number of ICU beds really, the majority of those are related to things that are other than COVID. So I talked to Garrett about this last week, and it's the same place we were last week. The ICU beds are down again, and things are pretty even there at the hospital. So it's not a major concern at this point as far as that metric is concerned. And I told you we were going to see that because we had already had those days passed when we talked last week. Next slide, please. I know we kind of redid this slide a little bit because I know Ms. Savigny wanted to see kind of where this actually stood in the scale overall, the whole metric that the CDC has out there. So this is looks a little different this week, but as you can see, our case numbers are I guess towards the bottom third of where the higher risk of transmission in schools are. We certainly never kind of, well, I guess we were kind of getting into that range back in late August, but we've never kind of gotten to the range where I said I'd be completely comfortable, where we'd be in the moderate risk of transmission. But that gets back to that whole discussion of, you have to be comfortable with the level of risk that you're taking, considering what your mission is and educating the students. So next slide, please. And then this is another slide, and it has the state's flow chart talking about the cases per 100,000, and this is where we are in Carroll County related to that. We've been up and down quite a bit. We're standing at 5.9 right now, cases per 100,000. When we initially talked about this, when the state came out with this guidance, the CDC guidance hadn't even come out yet, and we had talked about this not being the most clear guidance, and I know, I think Ms. Savigny wants to talk a little bit about, what her thoughts are on this flow chart and whatnot, but we're kind of towards the bottom edge of that five cases per 100,000 that the governor had really set as a goal, and then there's a range there of between 5 and 15 per 100,000, and the positivity rate's the tough thing that I have struggling with because of the disparity in where Hopkins calculates it versus where the state calculates it. But either way, this is where we are as far as the cases per 100,000, and I think that positivity rate's just a really tough one with the inconsistencies we see to kind of define. But the state, the way they calculate it, we're at 2.0 right now in Carroll County. So, I mean, that's one way you certainly can look at it.
Right, and Ed, thanks for putting this up. I think that this is also helpful to understand, like, one of the reasons why I was hoping that we could focus on some of these numbers is because, we've heard a lot from the community about the metrics that we had set way back in August, and, the fact that we're ignoring those. And we're not ignoring those numbers. We said at the time that we adopted those metrics that if the state came out with guidance, that we would follow the state guidance. This is the state guidance. And what the state guidance said was if you're in the yellow, that you can open hybrid. And so I think as we're looking at this, it shows that, in several instances, we're in the green, and we're still in the yellow with the 5.3 and the 5.9. And I think this grid also shows what we're seeing in terms of like the spikes and the ebbs and flows of things, right? Like every time you open something up, there's a bit of a spike and you manage it back down. That's what the whole contact tracing process and quarantining is for, right? So it looks like we as a county are managing it very well. You have something opening up. So, when the governor went to stage 2, there was a spike. You manage it back down. It wasn't a rampant outbreak from that point. And then when we made the announcement to go to a partial stage 3, that's where you see the spike again. We manage it back down. So, I mean, I think it's showing that we've actually that your team is doing an excellent job in terms of managing the situation. So I appreciate your putting this grid up here to help us understand the numbers in the context of the state guidance, because we said that we wanted to look holistically at the situation. So thank you for that.
Right. The only other thing that I would mention on this, and it's interesting to me, and had we reopened schools, I guess the week of 9/20 to 9/26, if you look at the chart from the state, it says to reevaluate if your cases per 100,000 go up by 2. We'd be sitting here this week talking about reevaluating because the cases have gone up over the last 2 weeks by 2 cases per 100,000 per week, and I don't really know where that puts us, but like I said, I think it's a tough balancing act that you have to do, and I'm just repeating myself from last week that, I do feel like we're in a higher risk of transmission, but you've got to balance that against your mission as what you're doing as a Board of Education and where you think the school system needs to go. So that's ultimately the decision that you all face at this point in time.
Right, and one of the things, one other comment about the CDC guidance is, so we were looking at those numbers, but there are 2 other pieces to the CDC guidance, which are the positivity rate and all the mitigation factors, right? So I just wanted to point out that, again, in conjunction with you and your team, Ed, we are implementing all of the mitigation strategies that were put forth by the CDC, as well as very closely monitoring the positivity rate. I know there's some concern about which way to calculate it, but we're in either the green or the yellow, no matter which way you calculate it, at the state level.
I agree with that. So, we ready to move on to the next slide, or was there something else that you wanted to add?
Board members, any other questions on this one? Okay.
It's just our case data that we've been sharing with you every week. In the community, there's 68 cases. So obviously one of the cases we had last week was a facility-related case. Next slide. These are those probable cases that we talked about. We had 10 of those over the last week that were not confirmed by PCR. And that does bug me a little bit that those cases aren't being included, because very likely they are positive cases. They're just that people aren't following up with the PCR test. Next slide. This is just that 14-day rolling average that kind of shows our trend. And next slide. And I'll mention it now because you're going to see it show up next week. We hadn't had any deaths in the community since August. We did have a death this week in the community, but nothing showing on this chart that's new. But you'll see one show up next week that was a death of a community member. But like I said, at this point it's one, and that's kind of where we were talking about if it got significantly more than that being an issue. Next slide. And this is the hospital chart. You can see that little peak that we talked about there over that 4-day period around October the 3rd. Next slide. And our age demographics seem to be a little bit different this week. There's a lot of, and we've seen this when there's been spikes in cases where they seem to start with the younger people, and then at least nationally, there's been some data to show that when you get a spike, that a lot of times younger people, it starts with them, and then some of the older people wind up lagging behind. So if you look at this week, our 65 pluses are higher than they've been in quite some time. Actually, might be the highest we've had for the over 65 in the entire time that we've had the pandemic. And I'm just looking at that, and it looks like that might be the case, or at least equal to back what we had in May. So, next slide. That's it. I'd be glad to answer any questions you all have.
I guess more.
If I can, since there's a pause, I'll just mention why the people in the community are I guess, upset, or because you can prove anything you want with statistics. Originally, the number was 35 that Ed talked about. Then we went to 42, and now, I'll be honest with you, I can't tell you what the number is that you're looking at.
Well, Dennis, I'm going to stop you right there and just say for a moment, for the record, we've said multiple times every week that when the state guide, we developed some metrics when there was no state guidance available, and that if state guidance became available, we would use it.
I also say, I never interrupted you when you're talking, and I don't appreciate it when I'm trying to talk. So as I was saying, now we've gone from 3.9 to 5.9 on the one chart Ed showed, and the state guidance was when it goes up by 2, we should reconsider whether they're going to open or not. But I guess we're not going to do that either. I'm just worried, and if you add the 10 cases that were also added with the rapid testing, then we're way above it. But we're not looking at them either. Well, you can prove anything you want with statistics or lack of statistics. We have a new chart on this time that we haven't been using before to make it seem like everything's going in the right direction. I don't believe it is. It's just, and that is the frustration I'm expressing, is the same frustration that the people in the community are feeling as well. Because things are, it's like moving the goalposts here, and that's exactly what it's like. And I also want to mention one other thing, because Mr. Kyler always brings up the schools in Pennsylvania that are opening up and they're not having any problems, which actually is not the case. But also, last week, Pennsylvania had the highest uptick in COVID cases that they've had since the pandemic started. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it has to do with the schools opening.
Mr. Fraser, since you mentioned me, I actually met with a board member of
I would like to include you.
I actually met with a board member of Southwest this week. They've had almost 0 cases from the school. Every case they've had has been from the community, and they haven't had any issues. They're 15 miles from my house. So yes, I do talk about Pennsylvania because I talk to them, I meet them. I've talked to parents, teachers, and board members. I don't come off with union talking points. I talk to real people.
Commissioner Frazier, I have a question.
Let's see what I can do.
Didn't the commissioners adapt the stage 3 that the Governor Hogan has put us in?
We've gone along with whatever the governor has said as far as openings have gone. Yes, we have.
Okay. Along with stage 3, the governor has also stated that we need to open up our schools, has he not?
He says we can.
Okay. Along with that was stage 3. So here's my question to you. Is it more important to open our schools or a movie theater?
I'm not the governor. I don't make those decisions.
I'm going to ask the county commissioner.
I don't make those decisions as county commissioner.
You did make that decision. You agreed to open up stage 3.
We agree with it's first part of stage 3. It's actually not stage 3 because what the governor actually said was that we would not go into stage 3 until we had a vaccine, but he changed that as well.
Exactly.
So that's why we're in 3A, I would call it, and not stage 3.
Exactly.
But there's a little difference there.
No, but I agree. He has put us into the beginning parts of stage 3, and he did change the metrics a little bit. But my question is, if the commissioners have gone along and have adopted what the governor has gone along with, you guys have said, okay, we're stage 3. Part of that is reopening the school process, which started on September 4th. And also I want to ask,
What's your question? I don't understand.
that was my question. Do you guys have said, yes, you want to go, you agreed to go into stage 3?
Yes.
And part of that
we have.
process is reopening our schools.
You have, yes, you have the ability to reopen the schools. We do. Wait, we have done that. We have people in the Carroll County Career and Tech Center. We have small groups and special programs already back in schools. Carroll County's doing a tremendous job with that. And the governor, and I believe the Secretary of Education was here complimenting Carroll County on that.
Exactly.
So that's what they're saying, and that's what's being done.
But don't you see hybrid as bringing in small numbers of children back into our schools as well?
How's it small numbers when it's going to be the entire student population that wants to come back?
It's not
I
the
don't think it's small numbers.
it's not the entire population for hybrid. It's broken down. It's not even 50% A-Day, B-Day. It's not a full reopen.
Cohorts, but it's everyone that wants to come back. So it's not a small population.
It is a small population.
Okay.
It's not a full reopen. It's a small population.
It's about a third.
So, I mean, that is my question to you. You guys went ahead and you said, yes, we are going along with what the governor has put us in, which was stage 3. And along with that, it is in our reopen plan to do the hybrid or a full reopen. And we are starting with the hybrid because that is what the governor had laid out as the metrics for us. And you guys have gone along with that, with what the governor has put in place.
Okay, my point on this is that I don't think the school system is ready to reopen it hybrid right now. I don't think the numbers indicate that. I don't think the school system is ready to do that right now. I do believe it needs to be done, and I would like to see it to be done soon. However, I don't think it should be done at this point. I think, looking at things right now, perhaps you wait to the start of the second quarter, which I believe would be November 12th, might be a much better starting date for hybrid. More things are worked out, and we can see hopefully a downward trend in the COVID cases. But I'm just expressing what I believe, and I think as the ex-official member sitting on the board, that's my right to do that.
Commissioner Frazier, it is your right to do that, but what I would ask you is, are these your own personal views, or is this the position of the Board of County Commissioners?
No, I have not talked with the county commissioners about what they feel about this as a board. We haven't discussed this.
Okay. So I think as a board, we've stated that we were going to follow state guidance, and the governor, the state superintendent, the deputy health director for the state have all said that our numbers are in a position that we can open hybrid. In fact, the state superintendent was out here last week stating that she supported the motions that we were taking and the leadership that we were taking, and we were in a good place. We are on the right path. So Commissioner Frazier, I appreciate your comments. We will take them under advisement, and board members, other questions or comments about Mr. Singer's presentation.
I guess my comments as well just go back to the numbers. I mean, they're not where we want them to be, that's for sure. We'd certainly like to be more in that moderate risk. And I just don't want folks to think that, you know, we're just constantly changing metrics because, you know, we're not into that. I mean, as you said earlier, Mrs. Savigny, I mean, we came up with our own in conjunction with our conversations with Mr. Singer when we didn't have any other guidance. So we came up with one, and then later we received information from the state. So again, the numbers, they're troubling to me. They're not exactly where I would want them to be for our hybrid reopening. It's this balancing thing, this whole pandemic. I mean, things are just topsy-turvy. I mean, we want to do what's best, and I guess if I would err, I would like to err on, certainly on the safety and health of folks, because again, you know, we want to have safe, healthy environments for our students and for all of our staff members. So I just wanted to note that, again, these numbers are troubling for me as well. I know hybrid isn't going to be the same as bringing everybody back. I know that not all of our students are coming back in the hybrid model. But again, you know, I just don't like, it would have been much better if we would start to see more of a downward trend here. And, you know, I'm thinking too, hopefully with time we're going to see it, but, you know, we're not really seeing it now. But again, it's concerning because, you know, on the one hand, we know that our job is to educate our students, to really give them a quality education, but we also have to balance that with keeping everyone safe. So I just wanted to add those comments for what they're worth, because again, I'd certainly like to see us at a better place for bringing our more of our folks back into the buildings.
And Dr. Dorsey, I certainly hear what you're saying. I mean, the numbers aren't exactly where we want them to be, right? We're not totally comfortable, but I think there's a very, looking at the numbers over the longer period of time, I think you can see the trends, right? There's a bump, and those bumps correlate to things opening up, right? And we've said all along, and Mr. Singer, correct me if I'm wrong, when we say whenever we open something, there's going to be a bump, right? And the process of contact tracing and quarantining is meant to manage that bump back down so that you don't have an uncontrolled outbreak. And I think that that's exactly what we're seeing in the numbers is, you know, when the state moved to stage 2, when the governor moved to stage 2, we saw a bump. And then we had many, many weeks of that dropping off. And then we moved to stage 3, or the stage 3A, is that what you said, Commissioner Frazier? 3A. We saw a bump. And then for several weeks, we managed it back down. And then there were some additional openings a couple of weeks ago. We're seeing a little bump, you know, not a significant bump, but that's, again, we'll be managing that back down through the contact tracing and quarantining process. So I think this is showing that we actually have an effective contact tracing and quarantining process in order to manage it. So again, I agree with you that I don't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I would just add, the only thing that concerns me a little bit right now, and again, I'm not telling you that you don't have the right to make the decision that you're making, because you certainly do. It just does bother me a little bit that we seem to be on a bit of an uptick right now, which and we're not going to see the impact of schools reopening until a couple weeks after the schools reopen. And I know that's going to cause us to have a bump. We can hope that the case numbers go down over the next couple of weeks as things settle in, but we're not going to know what that's going to look like right now. And it is a little concerning that we are on on a bit of an uptick. I was hoping, and you know where I was, here I am, I'm sitting there, I'm just like, please get to the point where I can be comfortable that the schools can safely reopen and get us to that moderate range. And I thought we were going to get there because we were seeing things trend down, and then all of a sudden we saw an uptick over a 2-week period. And I can't, really can't tell you what caused that. It does make me a little uncomfortable, but you go back to the whole thing. It's the big balancing act that you all have to do, and regardless of where you are, it's going to be an unpopular decision whether it's open or not to reopen, because it is such a difficult balancing act. And I like to refer back to is what you're getting out of. I think what you guys have to consider is what you're getting out of going back into hybrid worth the level of risk that you're taking, and that's ultimately the difficult decision the Board of Education stuck with making at this point.
And Mr. Singer, I know you're not a big fan of the positivity rates. I am a little bit more of a fan, but will admit I don't understand them. In Carroll County, that rate has stayed pretty consistent, and the state rate's actually gone down a little. Does that mean anything, or you really don't see much correlation of that with any of the other numbers?
Well, and I'm looking at both the Hopkins rate and the Hopkins rate actually is a little bit of a downtick this week, but the state number has actually stayed pretty. It actually went up a little bit over the last couple of weeks, and then it's steady this week. And the big difference is, and we talked about this a while ago, between what Hopkins number is and what the number is that the state's using has to do with. We're repeatedly testing folks that are in nursing homes and the nursing home staff, and Hopkins isn't counting those, and the state is, and it's a matter of interpretation how you calculate that positivity rate. I know Ms. Savigny's an actuary, and you get into some of those details, and epidemiologists and actuaries get into those kind of details. I'm not perfect with that, but I think that those numbers are somewhat manipulatable, and I really think, and I told you guys this when we first set our metrics, one of the things that I think you can't manipulate is the number of positive cases that we have, confirmed positive cases that we have in the jurisdiction, and that's why I think that's the best metric to be looking at, plus the any concern we'd have about the hospitals. And speaking with Garrett about the hospitals, he doesn't really have a concern at this point in time that they're under any significant amount of stress, and so really the only metric that I think is the most important thing that we're looking at, other than if we were seeing a high level of deaths, would be this rate per 100,000, because I really think that's a number that nobody has the ability to question, because it is what it is. I mean, this is how many people got sick and got tested and were confirmed to have COVID, and that's the one I feel the most strongly about.
And Mr. Singer, I agree with you. I think the positivity rate, though, is meant to be sort of a measure of how much testing are you doing in the community in order to determine how much spread you really have, right? So to make sure you're doing enough testing, that you're identifying the cases that are out there so you can do the contact tracing and the quarantining to help control the break. So I think from that perspective, the positivity rate is a very good number to be tracking. But I agree with you that there are ways to manipulate it and things, but I think the purpose and the intent of it are good, right? And helping us saying, okay, we're doing the fact that we're at a 2% level in Carroll, if you use the governor's metric, or potentially around 5 if you use the Johns Hopkins measure, it's still saying that we're doing that equates to, if you have 60 new cases, that equates to approximately 3,000 tests that we're doing, right? So it's a lot of testing to make sure that we are identifying the cases that are out there, so you can take the appropriate risk mitigation actions. Is that a fair explanation of what it's meant to do?
That's a big part of it, and I do think that we've been fortunate that we do have good testing resources right now, and what concerns me is where we're going to be in December when CARES funding ends. But for the time being, I'm really happy with what we're able to do at the Ag Center. I think part of the purpose of the positivity rates just kind of give you a percentage of, if people feel sick, how many of them are, well, it's hard to describe exactly what it is, but we're talking about percentage of people that would actually be positive for COVID if they're getting tested. And I don't know if it's so much a measure. I think that's an important measure, is that our ability to do testing and contact tracing. But I'm not sure. Positivity rate, I think, is more to try to help figure how this is actually spreading in the community from a percentage standpoint. And I can't explain it any better than that, really, at this point. The other thing that there was something else I was going to mention, and I kind of lost my train of thought. But anyway, I'll leave it there.
If I might, board members, I know I've been on record saying that I'm not comfortable with the metrics. I recognize the governor's guidance for schools as we've looked at it. And I also recognize the board's intent to, as we are in that place on the governor's metric, to move forward with the hybrid. I do feel like there is that caveat on the guidance for schools about reassessing of case rates at the bottom of the chart that Mr. Singer shared. I do think we should be looking at that based on where we start. If we said we're going to follow the governor's metrics based on where we start, then we should be paying close attention to new case rates at 2 per 100,000, or positivity rate 1.5 within 2 weeks. At least as a following the intent of the metrics here. So I throw that out for the board's consideration.
And how would we propose to enact that? So we would basically just need to continue monitoring these on a weekly basis as we reopen, right? So each week we would take a look at those numbers and evaluate as we go?
Or do we look at where we are now?
And I'm curious, Mr. Singer, I think if we opened last Monday, then we transitioned to where we're looking at cases and contact tracing and quarantining. We're not going to look at these numbers in closed schools. Once we open, we're going to deal with the cases. Is that correct?
Well, if you look at the metrics that the state put out there, and I'm not saying that it does say that if the cases go up by a considerable amount, that should be considered. And I'm not saying that that's what you'll decide to do, but what that chart is saying is that if those metrics rise to that extent after schools reopen, it's something that should be looked at and considered between the school system and public health.
So we should keep looking at your dashboard at our meetings moving forward.
And it may be that we don't have to have a briefing on this every week, but it's something that, if we see a large uptick in cases throughout the community, and one of the reasons that's on that chart that way is because the concern's not just about the school system, it's about the overall impact on the community. So if reopening schools significantly drives cases up, it's something that we have to consider as to what the impact has been on the community, whether that's causing us a significant number of hospitalizations, is it causing us to see more deaths in the community, and that type of thing. So I think that flow chart that the state put out is at the bottom where it talks about if you see these increases, that there has to be a discussion. And maybe if we don't see the increases, then we don't have to have a discussion. You can look at it and say, oh yeah, things have kind of leveled out, or we're in a good spot. But it's not to say that we can open schools and just ignore what's happening in the rest of the community.
No, I don't think anyone would recommend that.
So maybe we don't need the full-blown slides, but maybe you email us that. And then I'm curious to look at the spikes. The big spike was back in August, 3.1 to 7.5, but that was kind of a function of testing. That's when the fair was going on. Am I remembering that correct? I mean, that was a big jump.
Well, I really think that it was when we kind of went to phase 2 and we opened a lot of things up that we saw that peak. I'd have to go back and specifically look, but I had at one point in time, and I think Ms. Savigny pointed that out, that I think it coincided when the governor reopened a lot of things.
Okay.
Mr. Lockhart, what you just said about we've gone up, I guess, 2 cases per day, basically per 100,000. The governor said that would be a time to look at it. Are you saying we should look at it now, or you say we should wait until schools open and look at it at that point if that happens? I'm kind of confused at what you said there.
No, I was suggesting that we follow that guidance from the point at which we open in the hybrid to, then that's sort of the metric that starts it, and then from there. I'm just suggesting if we're saying we're following the governor's guidance, then we should follow the reassessment or relook as it's written.
And I think, Dr. Lockhart, I think that's it. Oh, I'm sorry, was somebody?
I was just going to say essentially that what that's doing is it's saying that we want to see what the impact is. We've got to discuss what the impact is on the community if these go up. And essentially, you'd be looking to see if the cases in the community are being driven by schools returning in person.
Right, and thank you for saying that, Mr. Singer. That's what I was thinking as well. And Dr. Lockhart, I think that's the right recommendation. I think that we need to keep looking at it and make sure that there aren't significant changes coming out of this. And but at the same time, we don't want it to be a knee-jerk reaction as well either, right? Like, where you have one case in a school, we don't want to overreact and shut that school back down immediately, but we need to allow the contact tracing and the quarantining to go forward as it should, and that process is working. But I think that, to your point, if there's that much of a change in the numbers on a weekly basis, then that's when we would want to look at it and reassess.
Reassess, yeah, I agree.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And our board members do we have consensus that that's the right way to be looking at it?
Okay, can we really specify that one more time for me, please? So I'll make sure that I'm looking on the right. Are you looking at the total cases per week, or are we back on the state for Maryland schools?
I think if we're on the grid that says COVID-19 guidance for Maryland schools, and it's got the grid there's an orange box on the bottom.
Right, mm-hmm.
That says reassess if new case rate is up 2 per 100,000. Right, so if it went from, so if we're at 5.9 before the opening, if it jumped up to more than 7.9, then that would be a reevaluation. Right. Mr. Singer, am I understanding that correctly? And Dr. Lockhart, is that consistent with everybody's understanding?
So our baseline is going to be wherever we are next Monday. So I don't know what our, we'll see what our baseline is next Monday. I'll send you guys the slides like I have this week, and at least the ones with the cases and the stuff that's relevant. And, that's kind of where our baseline starts, and we'll have to see. I mean, maybe we'll be down some cases next week. I could hope.
Yeah.
But, I think it's kind of that's our baseline whenever schools reopen. And I think we really won't start seeing it's, the governor was really looking. I'll just use Labor Day as an example. I know the governor and the Department of Health were really looking after Labor Day, that they were concerned that they were going to see a spike related to that. And after 2 or 3 weeks passed, we really didn't see a whole heck of a lot out of Labor Day. I think everybody was a bit surprised. So what we're really looking at is, 2 or 3 weeks after school opens, where are we based on where we started the day that school's open to the point where we are down the road. And I think every couple of weeks we've got to be taking a look and trying to figure out whether it's the schools that's impacting that or whether it's potentially something else if we see an uptick like we have over the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
Mr. Singer, is there anything in this packet that you do specifically for us? Are we creating you? Is there a slide in here you just as soon delete because you don't do it for anybody else, or you're happy giving us this once a week? I don't want to make you guys do more work than you have to, but it's great info.
It's not a huge deal. It was a little bit of a challenge today just because there was a little bit more information that you guys wanted to see, and we were back and forth a little bit trying to to sort through what we thought would give the best picture of what you were looking for. So I think if we stay consistent with what we're showing in this slide deck, I think it's fine.
Great, thanks.
So then, board members, if I can just bring that full circle. So we said that Mr. Singer is going to provide us with the numbers as of when we, so opening on the 19th, we will have a number of cases for that week. So continuing to follow the state guidance. Like we said, there is that additional box there that you should reassess if the case rate goes up by 2 per 100,000 in a given week, right? So we'll start the clock on that with the Monday, the 19th. So Mr. Single will provide us next Wednesday the numbers closing out the week on Monday, correct? And we will assess from there, and each week we will take a look at it and make sure that we're falling within those reassessment criteria.
Yeah, the week that we're tracking is generally, we're tracking Sunday to Saturday. So, I mean, you guys are going to be reopening a couple days after we close out our data for a specific week. But I think that's an easy way to track it. I don't want to get out of the flow that we've kind of gotten together with our epidemiologists and the rest of the staff. But so we're only talking about being off by a couple of days. But I think if we use the number that we have to close out the week on Saturday and school starts Monday, that's kind of fine as a baseline. And we just need to be keeping a look at that 2-week, whether there's a significant change over any 2-week period and what we think is causing that.
Okay. I think as long as we're being consistent with our timeframes, is everybody good with that?
This will be the main chart that we use, right? So that we can, this is what we will actually use.
Because I think that tells us, that it allows us to do the reassessment, right?
And that does show the range going from limited in-person programs to expanded in-person programs.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think we're saying that's the most important slide, but if the health department doesn't have a problem giving us this package, I think it's all good information and it helps you compare. You guys
Right.
agree?
I think it's all useful.
Yeah.
Does everybody agree?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And Mr. Singer, I've started seeing a lot of information come out in the public that schools aren't, there are a lot of studies coming out saying that schools aren't super spreaders. Is that consistent with what you're seeing and what you're seeing in your research and studies in the industry?
I can tell you, I've seen very much conflicting information on that, and I have a hard time passing judgment on whether or not I think schools are having a significant impact. I think we're going to have to see what happens here in Carroll County with you all making the decision that you've made and go from there, because I don't have enough information and enough resources to give you a really good opinion on that. I just think I've seen studies from very credible resources on both sides of this, and I just don't know that there's agreement as to where the science is on this. So it's hard for me to say your statement's accurate, but I also can't say that it's inaccurate.
Okay. You can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah, exactly. I hate to say that I don't have an answer for you, but I don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. Board members, are we good to move on to the rest of the updates information that Dr. Lockard is going to?
Excuse me, Don.
Yes.
We do have one person out there for citizen
For
participation.
6:30.
Oh, we do. Okay, so we do have one person who has come for the 6:30
Yes.
citizen participation. So we will take not a break, but
Right.
we'll switch gears
Right.
to address that
I just
citizen.
wanted to let you know that. Christina Olson. There you go.
Stay on, or I think he's going to be part of the future.
Good evening. Thanks for listening tonight, because I know I got here a couple minutes late, so I appreciate
Ms.
it.
Olson, I'm very sorry,
got to keep
and
your
we'll
mask
we'll give you your time back,
Okay.
but I do have to ask that you leave your mask on while you're
Okay.
speaking. So, sorry about that.
So First, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Board of Ed for putting our children first and pushing forward with hybrid learning. I know this hasn't been easy. The governor has not made it easy, and they have not given you guys a lot of room for what you're going to do. So we appreciate that. I understand that hybrid's not the best solution for most people, teachers or families, but it's a step forward to giving our children something to look forward to, and also a step toward reopening. I understand that hybrid is difficult for the teachers who will teach both in person and virtually simultaneously, and I commend those teachers who've made the decision and sacrifice to return for the mental, educational, and social well-being of our students. I encourage our families to examine their feelings about schools feeling like a prison and understand that the teachers fighting to keep schools closed want you to think that it will look like a prison so that you don't send your children and it helps them in their fight. Many students in schools have returned with these restrictions, and the children still look forward to seeing their friends and teachers. It's not optimal, and we will not stop demanding more, but we will wait, we will see, and we will pray. My real question for the board, superintendent, and county council this evening is this: what are you going to do to further prevent the minority of vocal teachers fighting the return from continuing to harass and bully not only the community, but their peers? The teachers are employees of the county, and I know that there's a code of conduct. This code of conduct is being dismissed daily as teachers mock, threaten, and bully a community that is already hurting so much. I would like to read to you just one message that we received from that Return to Learn has received from a teacher. Hi, I'm a teacher. I just want to reach out and say thank you for creating this community for parents, teachers, and those in our state. I unfortunately cannot like, comment, or post anything because of backlash from my colleagues and principals watching over us. Teachers have been telling on teachers, and I'm frustrated beyond belief. The last thing I need is my boss or county coming after me. I am all for in-school instruction because virtual learning does not work. I'm stressed because I've had to figure out how I'm going to teach from my classroom, and I'm supposed to have to figure out how to set up my room. But instead, I'm by myself, and I've never felt so alone in a classroom than I did on my first day when I went in. I know parents are beyond frustrated, and I am mad for them. The teachers who taught me always said they believed in equity, but now equity doesn't matter anymore, and I'm beyond disappointed in educators and the union. Teachers are data-driven, so the data that has been presented, I'm not pleased with teachers saying that they're still not going to go in and do what they were hired to do. Please know that these teachers do not speak for me, and my heart honestly breaks for these parents who are struggling, even parents of special needs who need special needs programs for their children. I'm trying to be strong for my families and parents, but it's super hard. I want their kids in school just as much as they do. There's so much more than COVID going on here, and I don't appreciate my state, union, and Department of Education toying around with my students' education and social, emotional well-being.
Please finish your thoughts.
The state is creating so much more work for us and the students, and it's overwhelming. So I want the teachers out there that are going back to know that we're going to support you. The teachers that aren't going back, we want you to find a new job because our students should always come first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Herbert, were there any others who showed up for the 6:30?
I think that's it. Was that right? Yes, Dwayne said yes. We're good. Thank you.
Okay. So, I think that was a good segue. Back to Dr. Lockard, talking about additional school hybrid updates.
Right, so I've asked Ms. McCabe, and I know we have the directors available to provide some highlights and some communication that's been happening as it relates to the hybrid model for instruction. And then I have a couple recommendations I'd like to make to the board after that. So, Ms. McCabe.
Thank you, Dr. Locker. Schools and administrators have been working really hard communicating with their families about our hybrid opening. So far, all of our families have received information about their students' cohorts, the schedules for each school, also what the school is going to look like, what different areas of the school will look like. Many schools have sent out videos showing what their cafeterias will look like, what the classrooms will look like with social distancing. They've also gone over some of the logistics within the schools. They've done this through videos, through online meetings, and through presentations. They've shown the hallways and how in many of our hallways we now have 6-foot social distancing circles to remind everyone to stay 6 feet apart. There are also lines on certain hallways to show which way to go down each hallway. Along with that, they've also learned about the safety protocols that we'll be putting into place, wearing masks, social distancing, washing hands, and using hand sanitizer. And finally, we've been sending out this week communication from principals regarding which teachers will be teaching virtually and which teachers will be there in person. And then just as a reminder, we have lots of Q&As on our website, and our administrators are also sending out lots of Q&A sheets to our students and their parents based on the communication and feedback that we've gotten from our communities. So that's what our schools have been busy doing, busy answering questions and setting up our schools in preparation for our students to come back in hybrid.
May I ask a question? We've also had some orientations, right, where the students have actually come into the buildings?
Yes, we have had some in-person orientations that have occurred, especially for students in kindergarten, 6th grade, and 9th grade. And we've also had some virtual orientations as well. So it's been a combination all over the county.
So, and, go, is that Devanshi? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So as schools have created
Oh, Devanshi, we can't hear you. Are you muted?
Sorry.
Okay.
So as schools have developed the new hybrid schedules and bell schedules, they've often gotten rid of the flex period in between to provide more time for sanitizing like the lunchrooms and all. So what are some other ways that instructional support can be provided for students? Because I know many students were a bit concerned about that.
That's a great question. And I know that that's something that Mr. King has been talking over with high school principals. Mr. King, are you available to answer that question?
Yes, absolutely, Mrs. McCabe. So there's a few different ways. First of all, we are doing the virtual flex on Wednesdays on the hybrid. When we go into the hybrid, that'll be the virtual day, and every mod they will have the opportunity to provide the extra resources. We're also have just been given some wonderful news from Mr. Anderson to be able to start some after-school tutoring that may occur virtually and or in person, depending on the school and the situation. And again, it's a very, very generous grant that Carroll County is taking part in so that we can provide all the resources to the students that are struggling or that just need extra help on difficult classes or contents. And there's also been some of the talk you may have heard at a prior meeting about the learning centers. So there are going to be some students that when we do return to hybrid, may be offered the opportunity to attend 4 days a week and or at least stay after school almost every day that they are able to attend in the hybrid to receive extra help. So we know that there are students that are struggling, and there are always students that struggle, unfortunately. But we are trying to find many different ways to reach them in whatever manner is most practical for them and is safest and works for that student and that teacher.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Other questions from board members? Okay. So thank you, Ms. McCabe. I know there's a ton of logistics behind all of this. And I know that the schools, and thank you to our principals and the administrative teams, you've heard about the communications, the videos, the parent nights, even bringing in-person in. They've been doing a ton of work as it relates to, communicating, preparing, trying to make sure everybody understands the protocols. We want people to contact their schools if they still have questions. We have Q&As, we have information, we have all those things that we want to make sure if people haven't received that they get that. And we recognize that folks will need to make the best decisions that they can for their student and what's right for them. Like I said, our principals and staff, our teachers have been working around the clock, doing an incredible job maintaining the integrity of instructional programs to the best of their ability. I said last time, our principals have a level of autonomy to make the best decisions that they can for their students, their staff, with the expectation, of course, that all of those safety protocols are adhered to. And so to that end, as we've been looking at, we know we've wrestled with, we've talked here in these meetings about some of the challenges that we faced through all this as it relates to maintaining that instructional integrity related to staffing, et cetera. As of today, we are prepared to begin all elementary and middle schools next week as we had planned. I will, in the hybrid model, or the all virtual, if that's the choice. I will remind everybody that, we will be revisiting the circumstances in every school, just like we talked about revisiting the circumstances systemically there with Mr. Singer. But we will be revisiting circumstances in individual schools on a daily basis. And so I continue to ask the communities for their understanding and our need to be flexible and patient so we can meet the safety needs and the education needs of our students. However, in continuing to strive for academic integrity and continuity for all of our students at the high school level, I do not, at this time, I don't believe we're at a point where we can currently provide that level of instructional integrity by moving to the hybrid now. I think we're close. I think we're very close, but I think we need the benefit of a couple of more weeks so that we can make sure that we have the supports in place so that instructional integrity is not diminished, that we can align ourselves also in that fashion with the end of the quarter, which is November 11th, and that would allow us also to make sure that we are successfully implementing the hybrid at the elementary and middle school levels. And
Okay,
so,
Dr. Locker, can I just make sure that I understand, so that we just state it very clearly, we're talking about elementary and middle, we are in good shape to open. It's just the high school piece that we're talking about now.
that is correct. Thank you for that summary. And again, at elementary and middle, we're constantly going to evaluate that. And so we need everybody's patience and understanding there. But at this moment, I believe we need the benefit of a few more weeks of time to successfully hold to the academic integrity at our high schools. And my concern about moving too soon all at once right now would be that would potentially be in jeopardy. And so I feel like we're close, and I feel like some schools all our schools have great plans. They've been working really hard. They've been working really around the clock, 7 days a week. It's been nonstop. But as your superintendent, I need to tell you that my recommendation would be for high schools that we give that benefit of just a few more weeks of time to get there. And I open that for conversation and discussion.
Dr. Lockhart, if, we haven't made a motion yet, but I think I understand fully what you're saying. I think I agree. But the term ends, I think, November 11th, which is a Wednesday.
I'm just going to pull up the calendar here.
And if we decide any of this the high school, a lot of the high school kids thought they were coming to school Monday. Are we safe to say November 12th? And I, you know,
That would be the target date, Mr. Kyler?
yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yes.
So that would be the B cohort.
Yeah, the Bs
Or-
would get a start on the As,
Right.
but that's the end of the term. That's the break in the term.
Right.
So, and I know, and our student rep has said before, she would very much like it to see the break of the term. So if we're going to do that, can we say that's what we're planning to do? And I understand it's all subject to evaluation and change, but I think the parents and families deserve to hear a target date.
Sure, that
guys
is the
agree?
target date, yep.
I think we should set a target date, and I think maybe to give a little bit of context to this so that people who are watching and listening in understand. So it's my understanding, Dr. Lockard, correct me if I'm wrong, that we had 311 teachers that were approved for leave of some kind. Right, so that's the magnitude of the staffing model that we had to deal with.
Correct, right.
So when you say that administrators and teachers and central office staff were working tirelessly to try to work through these plans, I think that gives a little bit of context to the magnitude of the puzzle that you were trying to solve.
That is correct, and we've said all along that what our challenges are. In many and most cases, you know, with the numbers of leave, we still have teachers supporting us virtually. And so I want to make sure that our parents and community understand we're not dragging people in off the street and plunking them down in classrooms. In fact, I was at a school last week and we were problem solving some of these exact issues where they were using in-house permanent substitutes to help support a classroom where the teacher might be virtually. So in essence, the students were actually getting a virtual teacher and somebody there at the same time to help them. So there have been some creative ways like that that have been utilized. And I'm not saying there might not be situations where there might be a long-term substitute because somebody has taken a leave where they're not with us anymore. And that does happen, and I recognize the challenges associated with that. But by and large, our schools, and right now at the elementary and middle school, they have put themselves in a pretty good spot. And again, all things aside, with cases or quarantines or anything else can happen. The schools and the school teams have done a good job of getting that set up to best support the instructional program.
Right, and I think that's a very important distinction to make because board members, we've been getting a lot of emails from the public, right? So they saw the staffing concerns that we were up against, right? And wondering, okay, what does that mean for my child's teacher, right? Is that teacher going to be in the classroom? Are they going to be teaching virtually? Are they going to have an appropriately certified teacher teaching my child? And I think that you've done an outstanding job, and I think we need to assure folks that there will be, so we've made a lot of accommodations for the teachers that needed them, right? We made the folks that had underlying conditions, they're being allowed to teach virtually, but they are still a certified teacher in front of the classroom. And so we have appropriately filled those spots. It's not like we're grabbing, hourly folks off the street to
That's
try to teach
correct.
their kids. We don't want to give that impression at all. The instructional integrity, the administrators have done an outstanding job of putting together a plan to make sure that we maintain the instructional integrity of our programs.
Right, and there's also.
Let me, go ahead.
I was just going
Thank
to.
you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
All right, sorry. It's tough being virtual sometimes.
Yep.
But are you saying, Ms. Vigley, that every classroom will have a certified teacher, or every classroom will have virtual or real? I mean, not real, but virtual or in person. Is that what you're saying? 'Cause, I mean, that sounds fantastic if it is. Or are you saying that every classroom will either have some qualified adult, I guess, but maybe not a certified teacher?
I can answer that, Commissioner, and Ms. McCabe will correct me if I'm not 100% accurate. What I'm saying is, every classroom will have either their regular teacher, both virtually and in person, or a virtual regular teacher, or a long-term substitute that is that meets our standards for our qualifications for being the teacher of record in a teacher's absence. We will not have a long-term role for somebody who does not meet those qualifications or standards. And the long-term subs are probably the smallest number of what I just described, between our regular workforce that'll be in our schools as well as our virtual regular workforce.
That's great news. I'm very, very happy to hear that.
The other thing I was going to mention is we have in fact, by law, we're required to do background checks and former employer certifications. And so that is some of the impact on, as we look at just whether it's instructional assistants or other qualified employees that we've hired, we want to be thorough and make sure that we're following the requirements before us, obviously, to protect our students and our system. And so I know some folks are concerned, oh, I see all these advertisements for substitutes. Well, we're always advertising for substitutes. This year's a little different, but every year we're looking for substitute teachers because they're hard to come by. And so we have a pretty ardent process that we must follow, and we do.
And I think,
So, Mr. Kyler, I was just going to say, before we go on for significantly more conversation, I think we should probably put a motion on the table. Would you feel comfortable making that motion, Mr. Kyler, in
Sure.
terms of the high schools and the target date?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that we approve Dr. Lockard's recommendation to open elementary schools and middle schools on October 19th. And we would let high schools run the term and open on November 12th, which is a Thursday. The B groups would start in hybrid. And with the understanding, just like the motion on August 26th, we will keep reevaluating and cover it.
I think that covers it. Yep. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Dr. Dorsey. Okay, now, Mr.
Okay, now
Kyler,
we
you
can
can.
talk. Mr. Frazier, I know you were concerned, and like us, you hear all the rumor mill on the teachers and stuff. I think, and Dr. Locker, correct me if I'm wrong, we sat here 7 weeks ago and said, yeah, if HR has 3.5 weeks, they can evaluate all the positions, and then if staff has 3.5 weeks, they can fill positions and do whatever, but it's not a perfect world, and it didn't break down to that, and employees can retire anytime. And so that's some of the stuff you guys dealt with. You started with the elementary and the middle as a priority, and in the last couple of weeks have done miracles on getting things filled. And yes, there are advertisements out there because if somebody gets sick, if somebody else retires, we don't want to fall on our face the next day. So it's to fill the holes. And I think by delaying high schools, number one, we've done it by the term break, which a lot of the high school level people have asked for. But two, that gives you some more flexibility with substitutes, et cetera, to fill problems in the middle and elementary and get us started, correct?
That is correct. Obviously, we want to meet with success, and so that does afford us the ability to do that.
And then a couple concerns I've heard that hopefully won't change the vote, but I hear people talking about, well, buses running hybrid, they've got to make extra runs, they're going to be late, they're going to be whatever. Bus schedules have been released.
Yes.
And people know them, and staff's confident that buses are going to run as on time as usual, and we don't see an issue there, correct?
Right. I'll ask John for any clarification there. I don't see an issue, no. But John, do you have anything further to add to that?
We would not anticipate significantly more issues than any year. There's always some adjustments at the start of a year. In this case, we're essentially running the routes, and just the students for that hybrid day will get on the bus at their assigned stops. And so those routes have been released and published and shared with schools and parents. And so we would anticipate the normal process of picking up to start the year. Obviously drivers are prepared to work with schools to make sure the proper student for that cohort, are assigned in on the bus. And we have, working with the health department, we'll have assignments on the buses so to assist with contact tracing if that becomes necessary. So I don't want to suggest that there's, no additional wrinkle relative to the pandemic, but they're not something we aren't aware of, aren't already planned for, and should be able to work through.
Okay, and then next question, and I know I've heard you guys say this in meetings, but I keep hearing that nobody's been told. Parents are worried that their students have to bring cleaning supplies into the school, and not only isn't that a requirement, but you don't want them to, correct?
Correct. We actually would not want that to be the case. We do have cleaning supplies and appropriate disinfectant. It's on the EPA approved list. More than that, legally, we're required to have material safety data sheets for the products being used in our schools, and we do have those for the products that we supply. We want to be really clear on this point as well, Mr. Kyler. We are not requiring staff who are not part of the building operations team, the building custodians, to clean or to disinfect areas, but certainly if they want to, those same approved EPA products are available, will be available to them as well. So if I'm a teacher, nobody should be ordering a teacher to wipe down desks in his or her room. But if I want to, between classes or whenever, I'll have access to approved disinfecting wipes or to the approved spray solution with paper towels to be able to take that extra precaution, that extra step if I choose.
Okay, and then not a question, but a comment. During this process, if we vote and this happens, a lot of teachers are stepping up, a lot of the case people are stepping up. Central office staff has done miracles in the last 2 or 3 weeks. The custodians, the food service people, everybody's got to be part of this if this is going to work. It is not easy, and we respect that, but I just want to compliment everybody, and I probably skipped somebody, so everybody in the system, bus drivers to Dr. Locker. Does that cover it? This hasn't been easy, and I know that, and I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were worried. And then Dr. Locker, some of us are worried tonight, correct? but I just appreciate what's been done. And I'm done asking questions. I'll be quiet.
Ms. Battaglia?
I'm not happy with high schools not opening with everyone else. And we've seen numerous emails from many parents concerned about their high school students' grades and mental health and well-being. But I do know that there are resources in our high schools. If we can just make sure that, the teachers see if a student needs additional support for right now to get them through that. I don't want to see a student that is normally an honor roll, good student, works hard. I don't want to see them not get the opportunities that they have worked very hard for, just because of a blimp, which is COVID, that has caused a lot of havoc on everyone's lives. So,
Mrs. Battaglia, what opportunities are available for the high school kids? I know earlier I heard somebody talk about tutoring, both virtual and live, and are there small groups in high schools? Because I knew you'd be the most concerned of all of us over this, and I'm going to get yelled at probably on the ride home, and if we haven't already via email, but what opportunities can help these kids through the end of the first term?
Right. Well, Eric talked about a couple of those. Eric, you can reiterate that, or even Devanshi, as a high school student, you know some of the resources available as well. But Mr. King, if you want to start.
Sure. Right now in the virtual setting, many teachers are not speaking to giving direct instruction for 86 minutes. So they're giving instruction, they're giving time to complete assignments, and then they're asking students to ask the questions. They're saying, okay, Kenny, let's stay on now for the last 10 minutes. The rest of the class is dismissed, and we will go over this concept. So it is a give and take, and we know that in the face-to-face environment, there are kids that may be more likely or less likely to ask for help. So that's the first and most important thing. Secondly, again, I referenced the tutoring grant that we are literally working on as we speak. The principals are very excited to get their plans submitted so that we can start doing that. And that is going to be, they're going to have an option to do some things in person and certainly to do some things virtually, because there are going to be students that need the assistance that may not be ready to come in, even when we do move to the hybrid. So that there is, and I know money doesn't solve all issues, but it helps. And that's going to be one area where we have a lot of resources, and we'll be able to pay our teachers to work after school to support students that are struggling. So, I mean, in a normal day, Devanshi mentioned the actual flex mod. And obviously, even when we move to the hybrid, we can't do that in the traditional setting because we don't want to, that's literally mixing up students from all over the school every day. And I think that would be problematic. But we feel like we can fill in the gaps for those students in many ways. But it's a two-way street. I'm aware of some situations and some parents I've emailed with and principals where many things have been offered and the students deciding not to take advantage of it. So I think we have to come together. The students have to seek the help, but obviously our teachers have to be willing to provide it, and I believe that they are.
I agree. It's definitely a two-way street. You have to reach out in order to make sure that you are getting the help that you need. And I know that a lot of kids are scared to do that. They're afraid to ask for help because, they hear how hard teachers are working. So again, you got to be really careful. But I also want to make sure our students know that we do care. We are listening. We want you back in there. And we know middle school and high school is like the most vulnerable ages where influences can change perspectives on things. But we have a target to get them in. And I just want to make sure that our high school's community and families and students know that we do care, and all of us do care. We all do. And Mr. King, I'm glad that tutoring opportunity is going to be available for those to get them the additional help so they don't fall behind and they don't lose their focus.
And
Absolutely. And I will be reiterating that as we move forward. And the principals, obviously, as we've all talked about, have been spending most of their waking moments working on staffing. But they're also, I spoke to a principal today who was just coming out of a GAPS meeting, which is when you sort of go through the process of looking at the students who are struggling in your school. So literally tomorrow morning, there could be counselors, teachers, administrators contacting students whose grades are poor, who are heading towards the end of the quarter, and trying to reach out to find out what they can do to help them.
Thank you for that, Mr. King. I think that's really important to state. And like you said, Ms. Battaglia, I mean, I'm a little disappointed that we can't get the high schools open as well, but I think it's a good path. It ends up being a staged reopening, and the fact that it's 2.5 weeks, right? So it's not the end of the world, right? But we're talking about those 2.5 weeks, and it gets us to the end of the quarter. It's a bit of a phased reopening, which I think will help Mr. Singer and his efforts as well in terms of the bubble that may occur after we reopen, and the fact that we're close, right? Dr. Lockhart, it's like we just couldn't quite get there for the high school pieces. It's not like there hasn't been tremendous effort, and we're extremely close. So we just need a little bit more time.
Correct.
to fill those gaps and make sure that we do it appropriately. So I think that's the reason why, and like I said, I'm a little bit disappointed, but I'm not disappointed in anyone, right? Like, I know that there's been an incredible effort going on. I can't thank the administrators enough for the effort that they have been going through and really coming up with creative, flexible plans to make this happen. So, and we've been hearing from a lot of teachers as well, with very creative ideas. And we as a board, we've been getting thousands of emails, and it's impossible to respond to all of them. But the ones that we do try to make sure, but we're seeing that there are a lot of fantastic ideas out there, and I encourage the teachers to reach out to their administrators, because I think the administrators are looking for those ideas as well. So I think I've stated my opinion that I think this makes sense all the way around. It's kind of the best that we can do with the current situation that we have, and tremendous effort went into it to get us to this point.
And I guess it's obvious, I mean, we've been stating it all along, but again, it's this whole element of time that's going to give us more opportunity to fill those positions that need to be filled. And it just shows that we're not just willing to just put any person into those assignments, but we're really looking for quality. And so the persons that we put in the positions, we really want them to be able to help us with our instructional program. That's what's really important. So again, it is a way for us to sort of ease into our hybrid reopening, and maybe it will be helpful without having all of the students out there at one time.
As a reminder, just for board and everybody else, all the other programs we already have in place, career techs, all the small group, those continue. So that doesn't change anything that's already been started or meeting already.
All right, board, Ms. Herbert?
Yeah, I am very disappointed, but I think we need to be smart, we need to be safe, and we definitely need to be successful, because all eyes are on us all over the state. All the surrounding counties are watching what we're doing, and step by step, and people have been modeling after us. And I think within the next several weeks, Dr. Lockhart, you will be able to find the appropriate people to fill those gaps, and then we will be ready for that target date. And because it's very important to have the appropriate people in there for our students.
The one additional thing that I'd like to say is I want to make sure that we're very clear and very strong in our communication with the communities, because I think a lot of the high school communities were thinking that they were starting on Monday, right? This is going to be a tough one for some folks.
Yeah,
so we need to make sure that we get that out as quickly as possible and provide all supports for people that are struggling.
I fully recognize.
And we've said it, but if they have questions, contact their principal. Email, preferable?
Well, I mean, I think that'll be the quickest way to get somebody. They can certainly call and leave messages. They're all there. But email is usually the quickest, and that usually leads to either an email response or a phone call back. I know, Ms. McCabe, we've talked about, communication, Ms. Gaddis, so certainly whatever the direction of the board here is this evening, we'll respond very quickly to that.
All right, board members, any other comments before I call for the vote? Okay. So, Mr. Kyler, did you have that motion written down?
No, I can. I'll write it down.
Okay, but we all know what it says. So we will be opening all elementary schools and middle schools in a hybrid format on October 19th, and we will delay the opening of the high schools in a hybrid format until the first day of the second quarter, which is November 12th.
November 12th.
Did I miss anything?
We'll continue to reevaluate the ones that are open and the ones that are going to be open.
Right. We will assess and reevaluate based on the criteria that we talked about with Mr. Singer earlier. Okay, then, board members, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lockard, was there anything else that you wanted to discuss under the start of school hybrid updates?
No, I don't believe so at this time. Thank you.
Okay, then we can move on to section number 4, the board member and superintendent updates. So, board member activities and correspondence. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, Ms. Herbert.
Good evening. I know we talk all the time about how Carroll County is a great place to live and to work and how all our county agencies work together. But I definitely lived this last Thursday morning. I had a tragic accident happen in front of my horse farm. And I want to thank the state police, the sheriff's office, the Westminster Police Department, the state DOT department, and the Westminster Fire Department for all their help. I want to personally thank Captain Thomas Kowalczyk, Corporal Jesse Claggett, and Lieutenant Jeffrey Schuster. Lieutenant Schuster even came back to my farm on Thursday evening to check on me. And yes, I did teach him. And I did teach him. But our agencies, and we talk about this all the time, and that's why I'm talking about it, because how our county agencies work so well together. And we have one up on everybody in the state of Maryland. And I cannot thank them enough for that. But I did visit schools last week, and I went to South Carroll. It was very interesting. The staff, the administration took me around, and the thing I liked about the whole tour, went up to see science rooms, cafeteria, they were very candid. They did not hold back, and they said, whatever we decide or whatever goes on, we will be ready, but this is very difficult. So I really appreciated their candor and their views, and I really did appreciate that. And I saw, of course, teachers teaching. I saw custodians moving stuff around, but I just thought that was so great for them to be very candid and tell me the difficulties and things that they were working through. And I really, again, want to thank everybody in the whole system for all their hard work and dedication at this time. It's been never ending. Thank you.
Dr. Dorsey, would you like to go next?
Okay. On September 18th, I participated in the Council for Education, that is multicultural meeting. And I also caught the very ending part of Northwest Middle School's coffee talk with the administrators. And I think I may have mentioned that at one of our update meetings. But again, it was a wonderful opportunity that Mr. Lavender and Mrs. Rep provided for the parents of that school so that they could take a look at what the building was going to look like upon the children's return. And they also certainly had the opportunity to share their questions. And I had mentioned as well, I had just seen some of what William Winchester's staff had provided as well. So again, all of those efforts have been to try to get the parents and the students caught up with what to expect when students are returning to school. On the 23rd of September, I paid a virtual visit to one of our kindergarten classrooms. And in fact, Mrs. Scobie shared with us earlier during our citizen participation time. But she and the principal of the school, Ms. Dupree, had invited us to take a look at a kindergarten math lesson and how it was being taught virtually. And again, Mrs. Scobie did a wonderful job. And, you know, I can really appreciate when I see a lesson being executed or carried out. I know the kind of planning and time that have gone into getting it to unfold the way that it does. It doesn't just happen magically, but certainly teachers have to spend a lot of time in their planning and pulling lessons together. And I used to love going to kindergarten as an administrator anyway, because if you ever wanted to feel loved, those little kindergartners would show you love from the time you entered their areas. But anyway, Mrs. Colby did a wonderful job. She was working on a math lesson on building and representing the number 7. And she was using the tens frame, the dots, the tally, and pictures. And she was just very actively problem solving throughout the lesson to keep the students involved. and she used songs and manipulatives. In fact, I used to have one of my second grade teachers who would always rib a kindergarten teacher by saying, gee, you guys have a song for everything. You know, just involving kids in the music just really helped to keep them involved. And again, she was certainly very energetic and gave an engaging and motivating lesson. So I certainly thank her. And again, she teaches kindergarten at Carrolltown Elementary, and she and Miss Dupree had shared the invitation. So I certainly appreciated visiting her virtual class. On the 24th, I attended the virtual conference program committee meeting to finalize plans for MABE's upcoming annual conference. And as I say upcoming, the time is now. Today we had the business meeting, which lasted from like 1:30 to just about 3. So that was, again, done virtually. And on tomorrow, we have the next part of the conference where we have some workshops. And certainly I know that some of the board members, and Devontae, I think you're planning to attend as well. I think you're going to be there. So hopefully that will be a good session for us. And I might add that today, during our business meeting, I had been recommended to become one of the members of the board of directors for MABE. So I was sworn in or affirmed as one of the board of directors. And again, that responsibility starts at the close of conference tomorrow. So I'll have some time to breathe before the end of conference tomorrow before I pick up with that opportunity. But again, it should be a good one. I'm looking forward to it. On the 25th of September, I had heard that Winters Mill was going to be presented on the Today Show. So I sat right in front of my TV, and they did such a wonderful job. The students from Winters Mill High School and Mr. Brown and other members of the staff were there to talk about their Sources of Strength initiative. And it was certainly a great segment that had been presented. And again, it was just shared how kids really need to reach out for help when they feel like they need help, which goes in line with something you were talking about earlier, Mrs. Battaglia. And again, I think it was all related to the mental health and Sources of Strength initiative, but it was great to see our local folks on TV, on national TV, and I understand from that they also got a number of computer equipments and different things. So again, congratulations to Winters Mill. On the 6th, as with most of you, we accompanied Dr. Lockhart as we welcomed our State Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Salmon, to Carroll County, and that was a nice period to take her around to our Carroll County Career and Technology Center and then also to Shiloh. So that was a very worthwhile day for us. And then also on the 7th, we attended the groundbreaking ceremony for the renovation of the Carroll County Career and Technical Center. So again, another just very positive activity that we were involved in. So thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Dorsey. Ms. Battaglia?
I'll keep it short and sweet. Just everything, basically, wherever we have been. You know, we all did together regarding the tours with Dr. Salmon at Career and Tech in Shiloh, which were fantastic because I loved seeing that small interaction that we already had going on in our schools. From the Career and Tech Center, I found it interesting to see how some of the students were working with the ones, you know, that were there in person, and then if a student was virtual. I believe that was the physical therapy, they were doing that. And it just showed how they were working together, learning together in two different environments, and it looked interesting. And asking the kids, too, how they felt, and hearing from them that they were really excited to be back. We also had the groundbreaking at the Career and Technology Center the day after that. And I was really proud at that moment. Being there, and Mr. and Kyler and I have been part of the planning process and the development process. It was a really breathtaking moment because something like that has, been in the works for years, and it's been discussed and then stopped and then discussed again. So I am very proud to be sitting on this board as that process is starting. Taking a nice big hunk of dirt and a shovel in my heels was a nice Carroll County girl moment, and hopefully in a couple months or a year, we'll be doing the same thing for East Middle School. And so two very big projects that needed to be done here in this county, and I'm glad to see that they are in the process and everything is going along smoothly so far. I did want to tell the public we are receiving thousands of emails. I think since Friday we've gotten over 1,000, or since Wednesday night I think we've gotten over 1,000. We are reading them. We can't respond to all of them. It takes a while, even when you're going through them, but we do read them. And we do take into account your feelings, and we do appreciate them. So I did want the public to understand we do see them and we do read them, but it is really difficult to respond to all of them. But we do get them. So I just wanted to let you guys know for the public. But I think that's it. So, all right, come on Monday.
Okay. Thanks, Ms. Battaglia. Mr. Kyler?
I attended MABE legislative meetings, which is always good. It's they give a super update on what's going on, but also normally all but 2 or 3 of the jurisdictions of schools in Maryland are on there, so it's nice to hear from all of them and what they're doing. The state superintendent's visit, again, was great, and I want to compliment Dr. Lockhart and all the staff. I think she left impressed, and you guys did a great job with it. And then, like Mrs. Battaglia said, the groundbreaking at Carroll County Career and Tech, that was awesome, and also well orchestrated and went off well. My only worry was I was given a shovel and I had to stand behind Mrs. Savigny and Commissioner Wance, and I was sure they were going to throw their dirt over their shoulders and cover me, but they restrained themselves, and I made it out safely. And I got a Gilbane hard hat. And the last thing I want to mention, I've talked to several principals, assistant principals, ADs, coaches, many teachers, many instructional aides, assistants, and many other case people, custodians, all around. We've heard from a lot of people, and I've talked to a lot of people. I see them out and about. And similar to what Mrs. Battaglia said, yesterday I think I added up all my work emails, all my personal emails, and all my Board of Ed emails. And I think I took 4 or 5 minutes each, and it would have taken me 33 hours to have answered them. And obviously we can't. And one thing I'd like to explain, we've been very much criticized that we don't listen to certain people. These decisions, like everything up to a national level, seems to be 50-50 in today's world. And we listen and we hear from a lot of people. We obviously can't make every one of them happy and do it their way because they're all diverse. You know, I'm here, please get me back in school as soon as possible. Please don't make me go back to school. Well, obviously we're not going to please both of them. And I think we try, and hopefully this works well. And that's it.
Mr. Kyler? Devanshi?
Good evening, everyone. On September 25th, I took part in a SMOB Racial Injustice in Education Town Hall alongside other student members on boards of education from across the state of Maryland. We had really enlightening discussions, and I look forward to working with these student leaders from across Maryland again in the future. Last Saturday, on October 10th, which was also World Mental Health Day, I attended and taught a workshop at CCSGA's first General Assembly of the year. The focus of this virtual General Assembly was on student mental health. And on that topic, I would also like to applaud Winters Mills Sources of Strength program. They've been doing amazing work supporting students with their mental health ever since this pandemic has started. Following last week's board updates meeting, I also conducted various virtual meetings with student athletes from across the county's high school to get their feedback and opinions on the proposed athletics plans directly. I want to thank every student who attended those feedback sessions, and also every student who reached out to me through email or social media. Your feedback was very much appreciated. Students across the county took the SAT today, and many will take the PSAT and SAT later in the month. And I wish them all the best and want to thank the board and the schools for providing these students the opportunity to take the SAT in person. As we move into hybrid, I just want to applaud and thank all the schools and administrators who are doing a phenomenal job communicating with the community and getting us all ready. I look forward to attending the May annual conference tomorrow, and I hope everyone has a great evening.
Thanks, Devanshi. And I'll just go real quickly. So we did have an audit committee meeting just about a week ago, and we heard very good information from the auditor's report. And so we will be seeing some information from that later on in the evening. I just want to throw a special shout out to all the finance folks and the audit folks on staff who continue to just do an amazing job with that work. We did also have the state superintendent visit, which we were all present at. And I had the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Salmon directly for about 20 minutes. It was a very engaging conversation, and I'm really glad that I got that opportunity. And it was covered in the Carroll County Times. It was a really nice article, basically saying how she's praising the things that we're doing out here, the leadership that we're showing, the efforts that we're taking. And I just want to say that I echo those comments to the administrators and all of our staff. I mean, really just doing an outstanding job during a very tough situation. And also the Career and Tech groundbreaking ceremony. That really was a fantastic ceremony and very exciting. Just that, like you said, Ms. Battaglia, it's a project that's been in the works for so long and on again, off again, on again, off again, and now it is on and it is started, and it is very exciting to be moving forward on that front. And we had so many folks there. It was all the state delegates were there, all the commissioners were there, all the board members, all prior principals from Career and Tech, and it's just such an amazing way to move forward for our system and provide multiple pathways for our students. And the Career and Tech has just provided so many opportunities, and our students there have brought home so many awards, prestigious awards. It was just such a great time to be able to celebrate in the system. So I was very thankful to be part of that. And just as the last part is the thousands of emails that we've been receiving, I checked my inbox, and I think between Wednesday and Saturday, I had 950 emails. So from the community. So to your point, Mr. Kyler, can't really respond to them all, but I do want to make sure that everyone from the community knows that I read every one of those emails that I received. So, and all of those, I'm very appreciative of all the comments that come from the community. They all go into my thinking and my decision-making process. So I appreciate that feedback, and I would encourage people to keep sending it. And with that, we have a couple of recognition weeks. Why don't we go round robin here? Ms. Herbert, do you want to read yours?
Yes, National School Bus Safety Week will be held during the week of October 19th through the 23rd. Bus drivers and bus assistants recognition day will be held on Tuesday, October 20th. Thank you to our dedicated school bus drivers, assistants, bus contractors for their commitment to providing safe and efficient transportation for our students.
Next, National Principals Month. October is National Principals Month, a time to celebrate excellence in school leadership and to recognize the critical role that principals play in school achievement and student success. As we have faced the new challenges presented by COVID-19, our principals have done a tremendous job leading our students and staff in the transition to virtual learning and in preparing to reopen our schools in the hybrid model. So thanks to all of our outstanding principals for their leadership, hard work, and dedication.
This week, we are celebrating National School Lunch Week, October 12th through October 16th. Our food service employees have done an exceptional job ensuring that our students have had access to nutritious meals throughout these challenging times. A nutritious lunch and breakfast are important for our students and contribute to their well-being and academic success. Thanks to all of our dedicated food service employees for serving our students and promoting healthy eating habits, and to also all the volunteers that work during the summer and continue to do so now too. So thank you guys.
October 18th through 24th has been designated as America's Safe Schools Week. Here in Carroll County, we continue to place an emphasis on improving school security and implementing Maryland's Safe to Learn Act. Thanks to Dwayne Williams, Supervisor of School Security, the Security Advisory Council, our school resource officers, and local law enforcement for their leadership in keeping our students and staff safe and secure.
All right. Thanks, everyone. And we can now move to the superintendent updates. Dr. Lockard.
Well, you all took a lot of my thunder, so mine will be a little shorter. Congratulations, Winners Mill on the Today Show. Great groundbreaking at Career Tech. Very exciting. Those have already been mentioned. I want to thank Sarah Workman. She's an instrumental music teacher at Century High School. I guess it was Friday morning. I participated virtually in her orchestra class, and it was just incredible to see how she has her students engaged, how engaged they were, and the incredible job she and so many are doing. So thank you, Ms. Workman, for allowing me to join the orchestra class last week at Century High School. Congratulations to Hampstead Elementary. This has been in our communications, but Hampstead was recognized as a National Blue Ribbon School for 2020. Remember last year they were awarded the state Blue Ribbon, and really at a national level that's incredibly prestigious. Beyond, I mean, the state is, but national level is really something incredible. The recognition is based on the school's overall academic performance or progress and closing achievement gaps among student subgroups. And Hampstead was honored as an exemplary high-performing school. So we are extremely proud of Principal Arlene Moore and everyone, students, staff, parents, and community at Hampstead Elementary. It takes all of them to receive an award like this. And it certainly affirms the combined work of all those folks in creating an outstanding, welcoming school where students are learning and thriving. Here's one that wasn't mentioned, and this is pretty cool. Carroll County Public Schools has entered into a partnership with Google to develop instructional programming that will lead to students being able to choose a pathway that leads to a Google IT certificate as they prepare for careers in the tech industry. Carroll County Public Schools is one of 100 districts in the nation chosen to participate in this pilot program, which will start at one high school and hopefully expand to include 7 of our high schools. And I want to thank Bill Eccles, Supervisor of Career and Tech, and his team for bringing for efforts in bringing this program. Again, it's when we talk about pathways for student success. This is certainly an interesting and engaging pathway opportunity for students to look at and perhaps take advantage of if it is their passion. So we're excited about that. So again, you all covered a lot of my comments, so go ahead.
Sorry to steal your thunder.
That's all right.
All right, so board members, now we can move on to presentations, and we only have one item under the presentations section, and it is the data dashboard update. Dr. Lockard, do you want to kick us off for that?
I will. If you remember our strategic plan, this is a component of the plan that we bring an update to you on, and I'm going to ask Mr. Anderson to kick it off because he has staff ready to take you through that.
Absolutely. While I do the introduction, if we could queue up the presentation, that would be great. Good evening, board members, Commissioner Fraser, and Dr. Lockard. Per the board strategic plan, the board is requested to have monthly updates in progress, monitoring of the plan. Typically, we do this through a pillar update on a monthly basis, although October has called for an update in regards to the data dashboard presentation. I stood before you a year ago and I did an introductory presentation to the data dashboard. And this evening, we'd like to continue to share additional insights on where we are at this time. Last month, during the Pillar 1 presentation, you heard of the importance of focusing in on our local metrics with the absence of the 2019-2020 MCAP. This evening, you're going to hear from Mr. Jeff Alasakis, who's our supervisor of teacher and leadership development, who has actually taken the lead for us in CCPS on this very important work. I want to be clear that obviously this work is unfortunately taking a bit of a backseat since March. However, as we move forward in understanding the current challenges of potential learning loss as we start to bring students back, this type of resource is going to be more important than ever. So with that said, I'd like to take this time to introduce Mr. Alasakis to illustrate the importance of this tool as a system resource. So Mr. Alasakis.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Good evening, board members, Dr. Lockard, Commissioner Frazier. As Mr. Anderson said, back in October, I guess it was 2019, he gave an overview of the dashboard. And what I'd like to do tonight is take a deeper dive into the dashboard and show its relevance to you in providing data related to Pillar 1 and the Strategic Action Plan. So the dashboard really supports your vision to provide support to teachers, administrators, central office staff when gathering metrics related to individual student performance, school improvement initiatives, and system-level curriculum development. So what we heard from teachers over and over and over is that they wanted a one-stop shop to get their data. So they didn't have to go to 2 or 3 applications to pull data, to make decisions based upon instruction, pedagogy, curriculum, whatever it is. This dashboard provides that. And what I hope to do tonight is highlight a lot of those features for you. Next slide, please. And then one more slide, please. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is to identify student needs, show you how we can identify them really fast, help teachers with making decisions regarding instruction. I'm going to show you some very interesting data and some slides that teachers will have access to. And then finally, how can anyone, really a teacher, a principal, or a supervisor make curricular decisions. So I'm hoping to accomplish all those 3 as we go through tonight's presentation. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Anderson said, we've done a lot of work pre-COVID on the data dashboard. 400 plus members, 400 plus staff, teachers, school admin were trained on this dashboard through about November, December last year. Obviously, the pandemic hit and professional learning has taken a back seat because we've had some other major initiatives that we've had to tackle. But the plan is to ramp up the PL again for this school year as we go forward, and to get things moving forward so that teachers have data, have access to data such as the MCAP or local assessments, benchmarks, finals, whatever that may be. And I'll get into professional learning a little bit later in the presentation. I'll get into some more details with that. So what I have up here right now is just a quick review. When a teacher or a school admin or a district user lands on the dashboard, the Performance Matters, this is what they see. And what I have up here now is a principal district user look. And what this is defaulted to show is the absence data for the system over a course of time. And it's cut off on the bottom, but this is about 5 days worth of data that is showing. Next slide, please. The important part that I really want to get into today is the student data and highlighting what anyone is going to have access to moving forward. So next slide, please. So this page is extremely useful in identifying individual student needs. As an old administrator, I can tell you that if I had access to this dashboard, and particularly these next couple slides that I'm going to show you, I would definitely be using them a lot in GAPS meetings, PBW meetings, student talk meetings, team meetings. Mr. King made reference to GAPS meetings earlier, and I'm sure that the administrators that he was referencing and the folks that were in that particular meeting would have loved to have access to this slide, because, and they do have access, but they're probably still not using it yet, But they would love to have access to this because, again, it's one-stop shop. Everything's here. And what I have highlighted, I just want to go through a couple things. I've highlighted some pieces because I know the user functionality with this being virtual is a little difficult. So on the far left there, I have this on the top circle is the schedule. So the student schedule's there. So anybody viewing this will be able to see where that child is at any particular time. On the bottom, on the left side is the grades. So across the whole bottom third of the screen are the students' grades. And we can easily change that to any year. It's sort of taken up by the circle that I've put there, but you can see the box right under the grade circle. That can change from to any school year, and you can see the grades for that child, look for patterns, look for discrepancies, whatever the case may be when you're looking and analyzing individual student performance or how they're going. Up in the corner there, in the top right, I have contact info. And the reason I highlighted that is yes, that's going to show us all the information for the parent. But more importantly, it's to highlight that all of this information is coming from our SIS, our Student Information System, which is eSchool Plus. So Performance Matters talks seamlessly with eSchool Plus, and the information just migrates over. So the information you're seeing there from the schedule is coming from the schedule portion of eSchool Plus. The grades is coming from TAC, and the contact information is coming from the contact information that is presently in eSchool. So again, nice one-stop shop. A teacher who's viewing this page maybe from their desk now is seeing some things here. They want to call home. Well, now they don't have to pop in eSchool Plus to get information. They can just click on contact info, and they're going to have either email addresses or phone numbers or whatever they need. What I really wanted to highlight on this page is the early warning system. We're not there yet, but this is a feature that we presently don't have. We do it, but we do it by going to multiple locations, looking for data in lots of spots. We can set various parameters, such as we can say who are the students who have who are the students who have more than 10% absent and have lower than a D in 2 or more courses. And if that student meets those parameters, meets those restrictions, they will be flagged here. So again, if you're in a GAPS meeting, a student talk meeting, a team meeting, all of that information would flag there, and man, you'd have those early warning systems in seconds rather than having going to research it. Extremely handy, extremely useful. Next slide, please.
Mr. Alasakis, before you move on, can I just, you were addressing the early warning indicators.
Yes.
And so is it just going to list those? So is there like a list of all those things and it would show any that apply?
Yes, that's exactly what would happen. We would set the parameters. Of course, I would work with our curriculum folks as far as that goes. I would work with the school level directors. Mr. Streaker would be involved in that. We would start to determine what are the parameters that we want to list there. How do we want to do that? And they would list. So yes, so if a student, let's say, had more than 10% absent, that would pop up there as a red flag. If, we could add, this and ors, we can keep it separate. So we can do a lot of different things there. But that piece is still in development for us, but we're very excited about that moving forward.
Okay.
Who does the input on all this information? You talked about input, but does the testing system roll right over into this, or how does that work?
So great, thank you, Ms. Herbert. So right now, all of the information is being brought in through these through eSchool Plus. When I get into some of the test data in a second, when I start to talk about that, if it's a state test or an AP test or a test that's given, let's call it a third-party vendor, that data would be sent to us in a file, and then we would send that data to Performance Matters, and that would be uploaded. When we get into the local assessments, which I'm going to talk about last when I get into the presentation here, that data, and I'm very, very happy to, I'm pleased to say, the grades will actually migrate directly over from TAC, from Performance Matters. And I'll get into that in a little bit, Ms. Herbert.
So all this works together then? This whole system works together?
It does. It does. And Ms. Herbert, to your point, I think where you're at is, so what kind of work is this going to be for folks, right? What actually is going to be less work. Our teachers have been spending significant amounts of time navigating through multiple applications on our portal, asking for reports to be run, and spending a lot of cognitive energy on searching out data. Now, this data is basically displayed and illustrated through this dashboard, and all their energy is now placed in analysis of the data rather than finding the data.
Then the teacher or the educator of that class or science or math, they are the ones that then research this and pull students out with the indicators?
Correct, and Jeff's going to get into that next.
Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm jumping the gun.
So the next slide I have up here is just an addition from the previous slide, the student details page. So if you're on the student details page, the previous slide, there's a tab there which talks about test scores. You can see right next to the purple tab that says test results, there was the student details. Well, if I clicked on test results, I can see the test results for the student as far as the state results, the local results, or additional scores. And what this particular screenshot is showing is the state results. And I'm not sure if it's it's showing all of them. So it's showing MSA Government, MSA Science, etc. And you can see there that, and again, a snapshot, like as Mr. Anderson said, makes it very easy for the teacher. They click on this, get a snapshot. There is the student scores over time. You can see that's from 2014 through 2019. And the color codes, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, are quick indicators, quick shots. And hey, green, hey, this kid's doing pretty good. Okay, so overall, and you can see actually when we look at Park ELA, you can actually see that the student actually progressed over time, which is what we want to see. The orange, yellow, not so great. Green, good. Blue is actually the highest level, fantastic. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a second. So next slide, please. Next slide, please.
He's getting there, Jeff. Hold on.
Okay, no problem.
That's the right one, right?
Yep, I think you're good, right?
Yeah, we're good, but it's not on our computer. It's not on our computers.
Can't see it. Okay. Bob's working on it. Hold on one sec.
Okay. So while he's doing that, Jeff, I know when Don and I were first on the board and we went through that ELA and the numbers weren't great, and Stephanie did that presentation the other month and the scores jumped 10 points, then these teachers go to this data, meet with their supervisors, and then do small group activities after school then, correct?
Yes, that's one way, of course.
Okay,
That's
I know
the way
that's how they got the scores up. I just, and they did a lot of work with that, and I thought that would be good for them to pull that information out so they could continue with that. I just know we haven't seen any others, but.
Well, so I think they found a misalignment in the curriculum, right, with the writing piece, right? We had found that there were a lot of zeros on the writing piece in middle school, and so that's where they had found
the disconnect on that.
The disconnect. And
So before Jeff,
that's a great
Jeff,
point, Ms.
I just want to.
Herbert, Ms. Figney, that you guys are making regarding to curricular decisions that are being made. And one thing I really want to highlight as we talk about this program is backmapping, because I'm hoping it even goes further, and rather than have structured after school professional learning, that it fosters collaboration on another level, that when teachers can collaborate and look at their data and say, hey, how did your students do on this test versus how did your students do on this test, we can make those more instructional decisions that are happening in the classroom at the time that may or may not be curricular decisions that the supervisor is making. So again, it goes back to those purposes that we talked about, the individual student need, the instructional decisions, and the curricular programming. It all gets encompassed into this. So yeah, it can be spun out lots of ways. So great points. So on this slide, I wanted to show you, this slide shows us three different things, okay? So this is in a more aggregate form. So I'm hopping out of the student, the individual student information. And what I want to talk about here is a little bit more aggregate. So I call it the 3 R's. So we have R1, R2, R3. And if you look at R1 on the left-hand side of your screen, that's all your resources. And there you can see, if you just scan that there, you can see everything from the HSAs to the MSAs to the Park, Keep scrolling down further, you can go to ACT, you can get into assessments, and if you were to click on the assessments folder, that's where you can get into benchmark assessments, some of the other assessments that we give within the system. All your resources are there. R2 is where we can start to apply some restrictions. So 1, we have our resources, 2, we have our restrictions, and I'm going to talk about the restrictions in more detail in a minute here. And then finally, R3, we get into our results. And now you can see all the students there listed who took this particular exam. And if I look sideways here, I think I have the Park Algebra up there for 2 different years. And you can see, that, or I think it's the Park Algebra and then Park English or something. I can't read it from that far. But anyway, it shows the data for the students and how they did. Again, look at the color swatching. So I can quickly look who are the students who did not do so well, who are the students who did excellent. I can swatch that out by the colors. So if you see the red, orange, yellow, green, blue tabs there, if I were to click on them, I can get rid of any color and show any color that I wanted. So who are the students who are just red and orange? Click on those. We got that data. Literally 2 clicks. In seconds, I have the data. So again, back to Mr. Anderson's point, super easy, super intuitive, super friendly for the user. Next slide, please. So here's our student data filter. So this goes back to the R2, the restrictions slide that I showed earlier. And Dr. Dorsey, I know you referenced this in various settings and at various Board of Ed meetings on disaggregating the data. Well, here's one place, and this is just one place in the platform that we can do it. So we can pull the data apart and take it down to a very granular level. On the box on the left, you can see how I'm going to show two different ways here, how we can break it apart by gender, by ethnicity, by students who have special education needs. We can pull it apart in so many different ways. In the right-hand side, we can pull it apart by what school do they go to, who's their teacher, all the way down to the course or the class that they're in. So we can disaggregate the data, and that's just a few highlights. I can go so much further, but just to give the tip of the iceberg, I'm going to show some screenshots. Very easy way to apply those restrictions and look at the data. Next slide, please. So here we go. Here's an example of, this is the Park Algebra test. And what I've done here is all I did was remove student names. So I went into the restrictions, removed student names, and I added, just to show it by ethnicity. And in literally probably about 5 seconds, I was able to pull this data. There's the color swatching standard across the entire dashboard. I can see how many African-American students we have. So in this particular test, during 18-19, 56 African-American students took the test, 38 Asian, etc. You can see that blue number there, and you can see how they scored across the range. We can make curricular decisions from that. We can look at that from a system level. I believe this is probably system level data based upon the number. No, this is probably, it's hard to say. This is probably system level data. And we can, again, swatch it out and look at it however we would like. Next slide, please. So let's go a little deeper. So we're looking at the student data. Now let's get into school data. What I want to do is take a look at this in a little bit more aggregate form. Next slide. So when you look at this here, now we can start to compare schools across the entire system. So when we look at this data here, you can see all the schools listed in the left-hand column. There they are there with the county on the top. And notice across the top where I have these circled in red, I could again disaggregate based upon any of the filters that I presently just talked about. In this particular case, I'm disaggregating by ethnicity. So I have African-American, Asian, Caucasian. The screenshot only allowed me to show that, but if I wanted to show all the other ethnicities, they would be further down the chart when you're looking at it on the platform. But think about the power of this. And again, going back to the purpose, when we talk about identifying needs, whatever they may be, there it is as a system. So where I have circled there in the top, you can see 24,000 students on our system. On this particular test, 1,300 students took it, and then I can look across and then comparatively, how did those students do in the system, And now I can look and see how did those students do at my particular school. So if I'm at one of those schools, I can look and say, hey, how come the students are doing better in this particular group than they are in my school? Again, goes back to that sort of point I was mentioning about fostering collaboration. Hopefully we're having those conversations rather than the structured meeting always being led by maybe a supervisor or somebody else. The principal's picking up the phone and maybe calling the principal at the other school saying, hey, what are you guys doing over there? How did you guys structure this that your data is so good? So very rich, very easy to get. And this is just another way of looking at the data in a more aggregate way, because now I'm looking at it across the entire system. Next slide, please. So what I did here is I just wanted to show you, I literally did this in 5 seconds, again, to show the user friendly. Notice how I took away the ethnicity and all I did here was add gender. So in literally 5 seconds to create this, I clicked on get rid of ethnicity, clicked on gender, and the only thing I wanted to highlight here for you is how quickly we can change that and get whatever data we're looking for. So again, there's data across the system, and think about the decisions that can be made on a system level, at a school level. When I go back to the references of SIT teams using this data, lots and lots of power. Next slide, please.
Mr. Alasakis, I do want to say
Yes.
just how exciting this really is. I mean, this is so powerful and will be very helpful for the SIP plans within SIP teams within each one of the schools. And there will be someone, I'm assuming, trained at each one of those schools to really understand how to dig down into this data and determine what the goals need to be for each individual school.
Absolutely.
Jeff, can you take 30 seconds and just talk about the work that you, Dr. Hart, and others did in the fall of last year, real quick?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Anderson. So Ms. Hart and I led workshops throughout the school system last fall where we're 400 plus teachers, school administrators, PPWs, academic facilitators, counselors, you name it. Any group was coming to these. So to Ms. Thigney, your point, we were building their capacity on how to use this dashboard in whatever setting they were in. Most likely a school improvement team setting, but if they were in a kid talk meeting, a department meeting, whatever the case may be, that they can use this information to, again, go back to those 3 points. Hey, what are the individual student needs? Do we have to talk about instructional decisions here, or even at the highest level when we had our supervisors here looking at it from a system level, what curricular decisions? So yeah, we did a lot of training. Now to Mr. Anderson's point earlier, because COVID hit, I'm sure we're going to need to do some refreshers and go back on some things, because I have a sneaky feeling not a lot of people have been in the dashboard in a while, but that's part of the process, and we're very excited to get this kicked off back, and that's why I'm so excited to be giving you this presentation this evening, because it still has that future feeling and where we're going and where we need to be. So it's pretty exciting. So let me get into this here, because this is in my opinion, the very exciting work that's coming. We're not there yet, but we're on our way. This is some of the professional learning that's going to be there. And some of the board members that attended the workshops last year have not even seen these screenshots. And I think you're going to be really excited when you hear about what I'm about to talk about. So on these screenshots, this is where we start to develop our own assessments. And Ms. McCausland, our director, is leading us in having the curriculum floor, develop assessments in each content area. So we're going to have assessments in each content area being pushed out through this platform so that we can see this data. And when the assessment is being written, every item, so every question that's being written has to be tied to a standard. So on that first big circle on the left, it's hard, I'm sure it's hard for you guys to see, but all of that small coding there is standards. And on this particular one, there's 4 different standards that are being assessed on this particular assessment. On the next circle over there, once the assessment is built, you can see how many questions are tied to that standard. So it's hard to read there, but I believe the first one is 3, the second one is 3, etc. But you can get an idea of, okay, how many questions are on the test, how many are tied to each standard, and again, all the metrics is the same. Look at that color swatching again. All those pieces are there. Now, again, I'm showing you sample data, but this is what we would see on our end when after the assessment is given, and how did students respond in relation to the entire test, in relation to an entire standard. So super exciting. And wait till you see to the next slide. So next slide, please. So look, check this out. This gets into the item analysis. So now we even go deeper. So now when we want to talk about how did a student how did the student respond to a particular question, or how did the students respond to a particular question, we can go through this and look how many students responded correctly to a particular one, how many responded incorrectly. And I'm showing you two different sets there because you can see lots of green in the one and lots of yellow in the other one. So that would beg to ask a couple questions. And again, it comes back to those questions of instructional decisions, curricular decisions. So was the question just not written well when we wrote it at a higher level? That's something we'd have to consider. Or was this something that maybe I did instructionally that my students didn't get, whatever it was? And we can start asking those questions to see what was going on. So student item analysis, I think, is extremely handy and extremely beneficial when we're going back to those points. I have 3 arrows up there on the right. They're sort of hard to see, but I just want to quick hit them because it's hard to see what they show. But again, I want to talk about how things are clicks away. Super easy to get to. So on the first one, if I were to click on that item there, on that icon, I can pull up I can pull up the question. So what is that question? And bam, the question's going to come up. So if I saw a lot of kids got it wrong, I could pull it up and say, was there something wrong with this question? Quickly analyze the question. The middle arrow is going to get into some advanced metrics, some different pieces that we'll get into down the road. And the final one shows me a breakdown. So in that particular one, like if it was question 9, it's a multiple choice question, it would actually show me how many students picked distractor A, how many students picked distractor B, how many students picked distractor D, C, and D. So I can get a breakdown of how the students responded to that. Again, helping me as the teacher to identify ways to maybe, go back and reteach things or whatever the case may be. This item analysis report I'm super excited about. But maybe not as excited about the next slide. So next slide, please. So this is a very exciting slide because, again, what this allows me to do as a user, when I'm looking at it as the end user after I give the assessment, I can go back and, again, compare my data across multiple levels. So depending upon what the user is looking for, they would use this data differently. So if I'm at a system level, let's just say I'm a supervisor, okay, or I'm a principal. Let's just keep it in that grain right now. That big red circle that I have there on the top, that allows me, what I'm going to show you there is in the first box in that gray circle is the district data. The second box in that first circle is the school data. The third box in that circle is the teacher data. And the fourth box in that circle is the course data or class data. So look at how quick I can drill that down. So if I'm a supervisor or an administrator, how did my students in my school respond, or in this school respond? How did they do on this assessment?
Hey, Jeff, let me stop it right there real quick, because I know that Cindy and I've been working with Cindy in regards to that. We know that we're looking at developing and the need to develop ongoing formative assessments for our middle and high schools. Again, we don't tell teachers how to teach, but we have to have a consistent expectation of what good is and what the class is expecting, or the course is expecting. I know that Tom Hill, our director of middle schools, and Angie McCausland have actually started this work last year, and we are looking to start it again once we get our feet back underneath us and get back into schools. But Jeff, that type of comparative result is going to be huge for the school system, so that principals have said to us, we want something similar that we can look at and compare to so that we can bounce ideas off one another. So, Jeff, go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And just to take Mr. Anderson's point one step further, that top bar graph that you're looking at where I have the large circle, that's the overall, let's say, average score for that assessment. Look at the next couple boxes and the lower circle that I have there. Now we can take it to the standard. So not only do we have to look at it there, but we can take it to a deeper level and say, how did the students do at this school with this teacher in this course based upon the standard? Again, all those filters come back into play that I talked about earlier. We can apply all those things, take it down to whatever granular level you wanted to, look at the color swatching in the background. All of it becomes very intuitive as you work with it more and more, which is really exciting. Next slide, please.
So, Mr. Halasakis, before you move on, that is really exciting, and my mind is racing in terms of ways to use this information. But one of the big things that we've been talking about as part of the COVID situation is the learning loss of our students, right? From the spring all the way through until now, and I know that we can't really administer the assessments, the fall assessments, until we get the kids back in the classes. But will this tool be ready to use as a comparative type of tool between this year's fall assessments and last year's fall assessments at the student level, so that we can really identify that learning loss and start making plans, recovery plans for our students?
Yeah, so I'll take the lead on this one, Jeff. If you can jump in after if I misspeak. But as Pillar 1 presentation that we shared last month illustrated, that we had to look at, we had to compare apples to apples and looking at certain times of the year where the assessment was done. And Ms. McCausland and Ms. Dale talked a little bit, actually specifically spoke of the CBA and the RI assessments that we have, and looking at similar types of the year where the assessment was taken. Right now, what we're trying to do, Ms. Savigny, is to figure out ways to make sure that we can, in the future, run those assessments through this platform. Presently, they do not. So in other words, through our CBA assessment right now, it's done through a different vendor that provides the assessment. And it's been done that way for a number of years. And so we know that this year is really, really important, right? That we can go ahead and see where those kids are in comparisons, and so that we can continue to compare apples to apples. As we move forward, to answer your question specifically, the answer is going to be yes. We want to be able to run our formative assessment system, that is our local assessment system, through this platform so that we have this data immediately, so that we don't have to do uploads, so that we don't have to take additional steps to go ahead and make those comparisons, so that we can look at what you're referring to, longitudinal data, and then be able to go ahead and do comparisons on how we're doing and are we progressing. And this particular slide that Jeff's showing, which is really, really powerful, is that the bottom circle is really getting into an actual standard. And that drives professional learning for potentially, in this case, for Ms. Swack, right, or Mr. Hicks. That drives our professional learning to see if we can become better practitioners at meeting this standard. If the system across the board is scoring low on this, or if you have an anomaly, an outlier, that a teacher's doing exceptionally well, then we need to go visit that teacher and find out what they're doing and how they're delivering instruction for that. But to go back to your question, our plan, our vision, sooner rather than later, is to start with one formative assessment at each content areas to put into our system so that we can have this immediate analysis done, and most importantly, that we can use the data immediately to drive instruction the next day.
So what does you said we got a new vendor. So what does, we got a new vendor, and then that puts all the information in here also, or do we?
So yeah, what I was saying about event, right now we have a different company that's been the one that's basically administered our ELA assessment, and we have seen progress, right? So we want to continue to use that, especially during this time. Where we want to go is that we would like to build our assessments internally, as we have done, but put it into this platform so that we can see that interoperability happen easier. And that's our goal. Now, to your point, Ms. Herbert, yes, there are times where we're able to go ahead and grab files from others, the reading inventory, those types of things. We have moved to a cloud-based server now where we're able to grab information, where we were working with, as I understood, we were still working with local servers there. So there's a lot of potential, and as Jeff started the presentation with, our student information system is essentially the same company as this data dashboard, as well as where Jeff's going to go on the next slide with the Schoology, which is the LMS that we're going to be availing our content through in the next year, 2 years, 3 years. So all of these systems will be talking together. So again, teachers aren't spending enormous amounts of time tracking down data.
Yeah, that's why I asked, because I know that school information system very well.
Yeah.
But I just, but everything is intertwined and it all works well together. That's the key. And these are like done on a annual basis, renewal, or how do you do that? Or you just buy the package or what?
Right. So this is much like our student information system, much like any type of technology. It's an annual cost,
Okay.
Which is on the cover sheet. But is from what we've heard, the investment is well worth it. And from what we've heard from our leaders in the system, I just got a couple of texts from folks who are saying, even amid all of the stuff that's going on, this is exciting to see because of the potential of it, of the ease of access, not only for district leaders or principals, but Ms. Herbert, you started off, what about the teacher? The teacher's going to be able to pull this information from their desk, from their home, if they choose to see, how kids did today. How am I doing as a teacher compared to other teachers across the system? That's important stuff for folks to be able to have so that those teachers can contact the other professionals around the system and say, what are you doing? Like, how are you getting these results?
Right. I just know on those areas that are tested, there's a lot of pressure on them for their students to do well. And I was hoping that this needs to help them. So, okay.
Yeah.
So to Mr. Anderson's point, and some of the questions that were just asked, which get into the professional learning, the next steps, I sort of highlighted that we're going to have to do some refreshers with the metric piece. But as Mr. Anderson said, there's going to be an expectation, and hopefully we're going to deliver one assessment, one formative assessment in each content area by the end of this school year. And here's just some of the things that are going to happen. We're going to have to train item writers. So we're going to have to train the whatever teachers that the supervisors identify as their item writers, or maybe the supervisor. We're going to have to work with test designers, and both of those workshops have been set up in Schoology. As Mr. Anderson just referenced, that's going to be our new LMS. We set it up in Schoology. These teachers who are going to be on these teams aren't going to have to learn something new. We've set it up so it's very intuitive, very easy to learn, but it's also exciting because they're going to get to experience this new setting, which is our Schoology LMS. Then we're going to have to teach teachers how to deploy the test, and then how our students will take the test. But they're not hard pieces. We're talking maybe 45-minute synchronous sessions, and then the students, this will be led by the teacher. They'll push it out. We're going to have sample tests so that when the student is in a live environment, they're familiar with the platform, familiar with the way to take the test so it doesn't skew the data. And my team, I'll be leading those initiatives, and we'll be rolling that out at the appropriate times as we go through the school year. The one point I did want to make on this slide is a couple folks, or it sort of was referenced, when is the data accessible? So unlike some of like the MCAPs where we wait months to get the data, AP tests where we have to wait a while to get the data, whatever the case may be, nightly rollover. So a student takes the test on a Monday, the teacher will have that data if they Tuesday morning, if it's done through the platform. So Tuesday morning, they'll be able to come in and look at that data. And as I referenced earlier, if it's done through the platform, the nice piece that I was just informed of when I was on a call with Performance Matters earlier this month is that score that the child receives will then transfer to TAC. They're still working on that piece yet. We haven't made that connection, but it's coming, which is going to be very nice because then it'll report in the Teacher Access Center and be able to be reported and averaged into the overall grade. So there's some of the professional learning that's taking place. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, everybody's going to be developing one formative or summative assessments. And the benefits, I did miss that. The benefits of doing it this way is the test item interaction is very, very similar to MCAP. So I think, Ms. Herbert, you just sort of referenced that a little bit. So students who are in this environment will have the same sort of testing feel. They're going to have the same sort of feel as when they're going to be sitting for the MCAP, which again is going to be very useful for us because then when a student sits for the MCAP, it's not going to be this different experience for them. And then, of course, then, which is really great, and this is a report that will come down the line, we'll be able to draw linear relationships between our local and state assessments. And there's a great report that I'll show in a future board meeting down the way that talks about the correlations between those two, but it's very powerful. So professional learning is going to continue to occur through as we go through the year, and all aspects of the dashboard, not just the assessment side, but I'm sure we'll need to review the metrics side and how it integrates with our upcoming LMS, our Schoology platform. And I think that's about, next slide, please. And I think that's about it. So
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson and board members.
So board members, that is your October update on the great things that are happening. Can't say enough about our technology team for working behind the scenes, literally to make this happen for us. Can't thank our C&I team enough for taking this on. All of this does come together, and I hope the board sees that the complete vision of student information, assessment system, data dashboard, and content availment or how we avail content rather, is what the goal has been. So there is a plan for the future, and we are excited about it.
I've seen that in person when students have not been able to have the availability of a laptop, and they're used to pen and pencil test. And if they practice, and that's similar to the MCAP, they have their laptops now, and I think they will be more successful taking the test because they're used to the product.
Yeah, there's something to be said for assessment literacy, Ms. Herbert, and getting kids more familiar. Yes. To be able to toggle, it doesn't have an impact on necessarily the assessment now, Yeah,
I saw it in person one day at a testing, and I was sitting in the back, and I felt bad for the children that had not been on laptops before, and you could see they were way behind.
Yes, and I can piggyback onto that because so often people would say, oh, gee, you're just teaching to the test. Well, it's not that you're just teaching to the test, but you certainly need to get your children and your students familiar with the test, and you need to involve them in activities that are similar. It only makes sense that you're going to prepare them for
and
the
Dr.
testing.
Dorsey, we're teaching to standards.
Yes.
So no matter what the question is, no matter what platform it sits in, if the student understands and has mastered the standard, they'll be proficient.
That's right. That's right. And again, this has just been so powerful on so many levels. And again, from someone who did things the old school way, where you had to go to this file to pull this information and another file to pull another piece of information.
It's a lot. It was a lot of work for teachers, and I think they would just. It wasn't sometimes worth the time because they have so much to do.
That's right. Now it's right at their fingertips, just with a click of the button, right, Mr. Alasakis?
That's it. Click of the button.
Yeah, this is wonderful. And again, I just can see so many uses, so many ways that this can really be used. As you said, at the principal level, the teacher level, the team level, the resource teacher levels, and again, it's pretty powerful. So thanks for everybody who was involved with pulling this off for us. Yeah. Now, when you said 400 plus staff have been trained, so do we have people at each school who have been trained?
Yes, Dr. Dorsey, yes, we have. Part of the performance academies that we did last year, we had members from every performance academy attend, and that was actually an instrumental piece of the performance academies early on, so that they had the training, they were able to look at the data and then take it to those granular levels. What underserved students, I didn't show free and reduced meals or any of those pieces. They can look at that and get that data. Yes.
Okay, yes, so I missed that piece, that it was done at the actual performance academies then. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Alasakis, I want to thank you for the presentation. This is really exciting, and I think we can all see how powerful these tools can be. And Mr. Anderson, I want to thank you as well. You and I have been talking at length over the years about how do we get, it's all about student achievement. and we built a strategic plan that was meant to be geared towards student achievement. Then we said, how do we get the data to actually make it happen? And this is getting the data to actually make it happen. It allows us to drill in and really understand what's going on with our students at an individual level so that we can have so much more impact on those students. And you're bringing this to fruition. Now we just need to turn that data into knowledge. And I think so we have the data, we have the tools, and now this is the way that we turn that data into knowledge to really benefit our kids. And this is just so exciting, and I can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Great work,
Thanks.
gentlemen and ladies. Thank you for all the work behind all this and for presenting it this evening. I know it'll be an incredibly useful tool for many years to come to help support, as we've said, our mission is helping students achieve. So thank you.
All right, so board members, now we can move on to section 6, which is reports. And the first one up is the construction report. Dr. Lockard?
Okay, board members, this is your monthly construction report. There are no significant updates to the ongoing projects. It is of note that later in the agenda, we are bringing a bid award to get the Winfield roof project started. And I also want to take a minute to note, as we all talked about earlier, with the career and tech dedication ceremony just last week, it was a great day. I just want to take a quick second to thank Ms. Gaddis, Mr. Marks, for all their efforts in arranging that great dedication ceremony. I also want to thank the commissioners, the delegation, and all the other VIPs we had for joining us in that event.
Sure,
and Mr. Marks is on the call for any questions as it relates to the construction report. And Jim, you might have a future in emceeing or, right? You did a nice job.
Just a little bit of experience from the past with DJing from the old days, long time ago.
I can tell, right?
That was a great event, and I do want to thank Ms. Gaddis and Brenda, certainly Principal, Betsy Donovan. Wonderful job working with them. The contractors did a great job prepping the area and bringing the big excavator up behind us, and everybody's speeches was wonderful. Miss Minstry wasn't able to be there, but if you did want to grab some dirt and shovel away with a few pictures with us any day, you're always welcome to the job site.
Sounds good, thank you.
And it was wonderful having the one student participate. That was great.
That was.
And we also, I will say, we also look forward to other very, I guess symbolistic presentations with the students at the Career and Tech. I've already talked with the masonry teacher, Mike Campanelli. We're going to have his students lay the first bricks.
Oh, wow.
We're going to have a topping off style of party where everybody can sign the last beam that gets erected up on the frame of the main addition. We're going to try to involve all, as many of the curriculum that we can throughout the whole project.
That's exciting.
I was hoping CJ could have been there and let Dr. Lockard do one bucket with that excavator.
I'm glad he didn't dig where he was sitting because there was a gas line right below the shovel.
Board members, any questions on the school construction report? Mr. Marks, I think you're off the hook. This might be the first time that we've never had any questions on the actual report.
Well, it's tough following Mr. Alasakis. I tell you, he did a wonderful job. He should do all my presentations.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, thanks, Jim.
No problem.
All right, so we can then move on to the report of the COVID-19 fiscal impact.
Okay, board members, you'll recall we began reporting on the fiscal impact of the pandemic response at last month's board meeting, and will continue to provide updates throughout the year. Mr. Hartlove is maintaining the format of the report and updating it monthly as appropriate. Two of the major adjustments to this month's report are, first, the emergency procurement of portable UV HEPA filtration units for all of the health suites and isolation rooms in our schools. This item appears later in the award of bids as an emergency procurement. It was determined during the development of our reopening plan and in consultation with Mr. Singer's team that these portable filtration units were appropriate for health suites. And so we moved $228,406 purchase forward so we could have them in time for the hybrid start. The second is a $30,000 purchase of covers for some musical instruments, and Mr. Hartlove is here to answer any questions you might have. Chris, are you there?
I am here, yes.
There you are. Okay.
I don't know if you want a little overview or if you just want to, can just wait for questions.
So I guess I'll ask is, which items basically are covered by federal or state level? Exactly items.
I'm sorry.
Exact items. Like, is there a way to that broken down, or is it?
Well, it's one of the reasons we presented it this way is because it's a bit of a mix. But I would say for the most part, the instructional items have been covered by federal dollars, as have I would say most of the instructional items have been covered by federal dollars. The area where we're not getting the coverage that we were hoping for is in the food service area. That's something right now that it looks like we're going to have to, no pun intended, we'll have to eat that, those costs.
Which is really weird because there was a big push from the state behind that, wasn't there, as far as like to making sure that this program is continued, even though during the closure had occurred in March.
You're correct, and it's a little bit surprising because we were kind of told to be as open with our program as possible, which is the right thing to do for the community and so on. But the state encouraged us to do that, but then really didn't come through with the support necessary to pay for it. But I think we're in talking to Mrs. Sarno. We're comfortable. She has a small fund balance that she's built up through good operations the last several years, and we right now we feel comfortable that we can weather this storm. But I will say on the federal, state, local breakdown, we are still looking for reimbursement for many items. So that balance will change over time as we are able to hopefully be successful in getting more federal dollars to support us.
Board members, any other questions for Mr. Hartlove? All right. Thanks, Chris.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. On to the next item, which is the revised school calendar consideration for 2020-2021 school year.
Okay. Thank you, board members. For your discussion, as we presented the proposed 21-22 calendar back at the September meeting, and it's scheduled to return for action in November. The release of that proposed calendar in September elicited a good amount of public feedback, much of which focused on the best date for the first day of school next year. So in anticipation of your vote in November, in light of the feedback, I wanted to bring you the item as a report so you could have further discussion if you wish, and time before the November meeting. In the attached revised proposal, I present a calendar for the 21-22 school year, which has the official first day of school as Wednesday, September 8th, 2021. Again, being responsive to the feedback we've received. The proposal includes 3 inclement weather days. It includes all the same breaks and state mandated holidays that were included in the first calendar proposed, and it also still ends on the same day of June June 10th if we need to use all 3 days, June 7th if no inclement weather days are used, and/or we're able to use virtual days.
The only thing, is there a way that it could just be called winter holiday? Instead of Christmas in front, just winter holiday?
I leave that to the board. I'm not sure how it's derived in the state mandated holidays. John, do you happen to know that? I'd have to go back and look in Comar at state mandated holidays. Maybe Ms. Eisenberg has that there.
We'll give her a moment to look it up.
Yeah.
I'd have to look it up, which I can do unless Ms. Eisenberg has, she has the law book right there.
She's got the book.
I don't think it matters what you call it. You just have to give that period of time off that's mandated by the state.
Just have to
Okay.
give those days.
Okay.
Okay. So board members' comments. So Dr. Lockhart, you made these changes in response to, because typically the process is that the calendar goes out for, you put the proposed calendar out in September and it goes out for 60 days worth of comment.
That's right.
So it wouldn't have been up for vote this month. It is up for vote next month, but we're revising this based on all the feedback that we got early on.
Right.
Right.
Revising.
And so this would go out in a revised form to get additional feedback before we would vote on it next month, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I support, based on the feedback that we received from the community and the impact that this has on the calendar, I support this. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Rightfully so. So thanks, Dr. Lockhart, for making that adjustment.
Board members, all in consensus that this is the revised calendar that we want to send out for additional public comment?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The section of the law just says that there has to be a holiday from Christmas Eve and from then through January 1. It doesn't label it.
Okay. Okay.
To be equitable, I think that way it just says winter.
It's up to the board. You want to call that winter break?
Board members, are we okay with that?
I believe it has been winter break up until now, right? On the school calendars and all.
I think it's always said Christmas/winter break, typically.
Yeah, I was thinking too, we had just said winter holiday.
I thought it said most winter as well, but.
So in the calendar handbook, we do list all the holidays. And so it does have it for December 24th, schools and office closed for Christmas/winter holiday, and then it says Christmas Eve. And then it has Christmas listed, it has Kwanzaa, it has Christmas winter holiday listed for the whole week of the break. That's currently how it's listed. I think, Carrie, it's probably been that way for a long time, yes?
We took out the Christmas and we used winter holiday for quite a while, but there was some support to put Christmas back.
Okay.
Thank you.
We do acknowledge and recognize all the holidays in our
Right.
calendar handbook.
Right. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right, so, excellent, that will go out within the next few days
Yeah,
for,
usually by Friday, Brenda and Carrie have that out for feedback, and we'll bring that back for next month's board meeting's adoption of the calendar.
okay,
Thank you, Dr. Lockhart.
excellent. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, so section 7 is the public participation section, which we had the second section several hours ago. So we will move on to section 8 for the action items. The first item up is 8A. Board members, I need a motion for the approval of the award of bids.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia,
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Kyler. Dr. Lockard.
All right, board members, there's 3 items on the award of bids tonight. The first is an award for the architectural and engineering services for the Winfield Roof Project. You'll recall this was a project we worked on last year to have the state recognize and fund partially in FY21. We also worked with the county to recognize the project for planning. So this is the first formal step in the planning process and will allow us to coordinate with roofing project with the ongoing work with the HVAC renovation that's happening at the school. I'll just tell you the other 2 items and then we can talk about these. The second item is the procurement of the portable UV HEPA filtration units, which we already addressed during the COVID-19 fiscal impact report. And then the last item is a bid list for various physical education supplies.
Okay. Board members, any questions? Dr. Lockard, I did have a thought that I wanted to throw out there. I know that the portable UV HEPA filtration units, they come at a cost of about $2,700 each, right? So we're ordering the vast majority of these for the health suites, right?
Yes.
But we do have some teachers that we're making ADA accommodations for because of underlying health conditions. Is there any situation where we would be able to order more of these that would help get some of the ADA leaves comfortable coming back in? I just throw that out there as an idea or a possible option.
Right, I'd have to ask Ms. Baptist or Mr. O'Neill. I certainly think that maybe has potential. We'd have to look back through what those ADA accommodations were and where that would be applicable in a school setting.
The ADA is, by its nature, an iterative process where there is some dialogue back and forth. So at face value, and I'll ask Ms. Eisenberg to offer her input as well, I don't think that there would be anything improper within the law. We wouldn't be compelling a person to change their status, but I don't think it would be improper for us to sort of go back through the list of people and see if we did reach out to anyone and make that offer of an accommodation. If that changes their status, we could, and if that doesn't change their status with what the information they have from their medical professional, then they're no worse off in that case. But there is a lead time on these devices as well. So, and Mr. Prokop would have to give me an understanding of what that might be, but it's not as if you can order them and have them available immediately. They were, ordered some time ago, so it wouldn't necessarily be something, I don't think, in a two-week turnaround. Ray, how long? You're muted, Ray. You're muted, Ray.
Sorry. Yes, it could be 4 to 6 weeks. But I'd have to check with the manufacturer to see where they stand.
Okay.
Good idea.
Yeah, it's just a thought.
Yeah.
Any idea is a
Right.
good idea right now.
Trying to
be positive and go forward.
get back
That's-
any folks
yeah,
that we
right.
can, help them feel comfortable.
Right.
Okay.
Have we used Frederick Ward before? And it's interesting, I think this supports, you look through this, it supports how you do the technical points and the price points to come up with the award. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's the typical process we go through for consulting and design services for large and small projects. Yeah, we've used Frederick Ward on a number of our roofing systems. Yeah.
Board members, any other questions? Okay, then I will call for the vote. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, board members, now we need a motion for the approval of the personnel action items.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Dorsey,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Battaglia. Dr. Lockard.
All right, board members, this is the standard monthly personnel action items report. which details our standard hiring over the past month. This report includes 10 new hires, 1 promotion, 1 leave of absence, 3 increases, and 1 decrease, as outlined in the agenda packet.
Board members, any questions or comments? No? Then I will call for the vote. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, board members, now we need a motion for the approval of the comprehensive maintenance plan.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Pataglia,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Kyler. Dr. Lockard.
All right, the Public School Construction Program in Maryland requires each local school system submit a comprehensive maintenance plan which describes a strategy for maintaining public school facilities. We brought the comprehensive maintenance plan to you at the September meeting for discussion, and now it's returning for your action. The approved CMP is then submitted for review at the state. Public School Construction Program at the state.
Board members, any questions? Okay, and Mr. Hartlove, I know at the September meeting, which feels like it was about 3 years ago, I did have a couple of questions on the comprehensive maintenance plan, and you were able to answer all of those at the time. So I think I looked back through based on my comments, and I think you had answered all of the questions. The only thing that I saw that was outstanding was that we were going to update the directory.
And I think we did that.
And I think that was done. It looked like it was done in this updated version. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's been done.
Okay. Okay, great. So board members, did you have any other questions on the comprehensive maintenance plan? And thanks for that, Mr. Prokop. I know that I had addressed Mr. Hartlove because he was the one that answered a bunch of the financial and employee count questions, but I recognize that was you that acknowledged that last statement. So thank you, Mr. Prokop. Okay, so board members, with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we need a motion for the approval of the high school program of studies for 2021-2022.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kyler, seconded by,
I'll second that.
that was Dr. Dorsey. Okay. Dr. Lockard.
Board members, we're bringing back, we reviewed this in September. September does feel like 6 months ago, as you said. The high school program of studies, and so the agenda document does outline any of the changes, revisions, new courses to be added, et cetera. And so staff is available for any follow-up questions from the September meeting that you may have.
So,
Dr.
in
Dorsey,
talking
oh,
with,
okay.
some students, and I had a question about this last time too. AP Computer Science Principles, it's being changed into a CTE credit. So many high-achieving students, they use that course in place of the academic comp sci program to fulfill their tech graduation requirement. And I really think that it's a disservice to those students to not have that as a fulfillment of the tech ed credit. And I think that there will be a sharp decline in students who will take that class if it's not a graduation, if it doesn't fulfill the graduation requirement anymore. Because AP Computer Science Principles, it's more overarching, so it can be applied to many fields even outside of just technology and computer science. I know in many schools, students from like varying like fields that they want to go into, be it science, art, English, they still take that class to gain that knowledge. So I'm just a bit concerned about that.
I appreciate your feedback, Devanshi. Yeah, it's a slippery slope with CTE programs and what meets tech ed credit and what doesn't for graduation requirements. Unfortunately, the state is very clear that we can't double dip if you will, with courses, meaning that they count both toward a tech ed graduation credit as well as a CTE program of study. I mean, I can certainly talk with Mr. Eccles and Mr. McNett and see if there are any other types of courses that could count toward the tech ed graduation requirement. But right now the state does tell us that Foundations of Technology, FOT, and the Exploring Computer Science are the two courses that would meet that requirement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Devanshi, is there something specific that we can look into that would help address your concern?
Just the main one, I guess, is that the graduation credit, like just to fulfill the graduation requirements. So I'm not sure, are there any solutions that we could come up with to possibly keep that AP class as a tech credit? Because I don't want to put a burden on the tech program or hinder that either.
I understand. I will speak with Mr. Eccles. I'm not sure if there is a solution, but we'll certainly look into that.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, Ms. McCausland, can we have that as a follow-up item? I mean, it sounds like it's not going to stop us from approving this, but is that something that, I'm sorry, it sounded like you were.
That's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Donna.
Okay. But can that be a follow-up item that we look into and potentially come back and revise this if there's a different solution?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay.
I also wanted to highlight that on page 113 of the program of studies, based on past discussion with the board, that there is a note to parents under Health 1 that includes a permission form that would have to be returned to school for students to participate in the family life and human sexuality component of the Health 1 program.
Yes, I saw that you had added that. Thank you.
Yes.
That was the one major question that you had last time, Dr. Dorsey,
Yes,
correct? So that's been addressed in this version. Okay.
Just another question. So I see that Honors Art 1 has been taken out and Honors Art 2 has been added. So again, many students use the Art 1 class as to fulfill the graduation requirement for the 1 art credit. So has the curriculum between those two classes been consolidated into either Art 1 or 2?
Sure. So typically what happens is any course that precedes an AP course is an honors level course. So that's why the Honors Art 2, that's why Art 2 was made into Honors Art 2.
Okay, so has the Art 1 curriculum that was for honors, is that just the same as the Art 1 curriculum that will now be offered?
As far as I know, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
On independent study, Common Ground on the Hill, do we have a lot of students participate in that?
I'm sorry, Ms. Herbert, independent study for what?
Common Ground on the Hill. Do we have a lot of students do that?
I think that fluctuates from year to year.
All right, I was just curious.
But yes, we do have students who participate in that.
And they just bring their transcript that they participated in that, and then they get their credit.
That's correct.
Okay.
And Ms. McCausland, we're talking about the virtual learning program on page 19, and it kind of talks about some of the types of courses that might fall under that. I know now that we have the virtual platform up and running, and we do have some equitable access issues across some of the high schools, right? Like with certain world languages and maybe some government classes and things like that. Are those the focus, do you think, moving forward, like those types of classes as part of the virtual learning program?
Mr. Bricka, would you like to answer that question?
I certainly can. The current virtual program as our standard program is, as you know, rather new. As we were planning last year, we're looking in these virtual programs at procuring content from third-party vendors as well as the teacher. So the foreign language courses or the world language courses that we're offering have been vetted through curriculum. Currently, French, Latin, and Spanish are offered. And so certainly moving forward, we can look at using our own virtual courses. Now, there is a process and an approval process through MSDE to have a course, if it's all virtual, to be approved. Right now, with our synchronous face-to-face in our virtual program, that doesn't need MSDE approval. But if we were to go to a 100% virtual course, it would need to be approved by MSDE. There is a cost for that, and there's a process that you would need to go through for approval.
Okay. And how about, I know that we do bring some students from some high schools into different high schools, depending on, lack of a class that might fit into their schedule that they need for credit. That we've done that in some instances. Is there a way to use this virtual learning program now in order to maybe, instead of having to bring that student in, that it might be possible to plug them into virtual learning for classes that are already running at those schools, rather than physically having to bring them in?
So we actually are doing that with a couple of middle school students at this point. We have some middle school students who transfer in and already have, maybe in 7th grade, the Algebra 1 credit. So this year, once we went virtual, we've been able to align some of those students with the high school that they will be attending. But that's something we certainly can explore expanding in the future.
Okay. I thought I had heard some comments about, some kids at FSK not being able to get some of the classes that they needed, and so that we were actually busing them into, Westminster or Winters Mill in order to get some of those classes. And I was wondering if we could alleviate some of that situation if we were able to offer it virtually.
And that's what I always gave that example of Manchester Valley when they didn't have the sign language teacher, and that child ended up driving to Carroll community. So that would be a really big plus for them, for her, or that person, that individual, be able to join in virtually to pick up that class rather than.
You're exactly right, Mrs. Herbert. And so in the past, as someone who's built a master schedule at the high school level, we did do a lot of sharing of courses. If our high school didn't offer a particular course, we would work with another high school that did offer the course, and we would figure out a way, for the student to get themselves there, or that we would provide the transportation. But using Google and in the future Schoology, that'll be a great opportunity for us to be able to have more flexible scheduling for our students with courses. And that would just be a matter of, I think, working with Mr. King and the high school principals to figure some of that out.
Great. And along those lines, also, students that are ill or had a knee replacement, and I know I've had 2 of them, and you're not going to go to school the next day. You're going to be out for a while. We need to look into that.
One of the as we move through our virtual phase-in plan, our goal this year, last year our major goal was to bring up the full virtual courses for students. A part of our plan this year is to begin to examine the other virtual opportunities that exist within our school system. Some of those do occur through student service, like Ms. Herbert, like you were mentioning, with home and hospital teaching. We have some at Gateway. We have the flexible student support, as well as the learning labs in the schools. So, and actually, our planning team just met last week to begin to set the goals of that review committee, so that we can get folks together and say, how do we unify this virtual program? Certainly now, I mean, unexpectedly, as you've mentioned before, virtual just blew up over the last 6 months. So as a part of a comprehensive planning program, we want to take a look at it and say, all right, incrementally, how do we bring this along?
And also, we need to look at it for snow days.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We need to use that too.
Right.
Just keep on going.
All right. Thanks, Greg.
Okay. Board members, any other questions? No? All right, then I will call for the vote. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, board members, now we need a motion for the approval of the curriculum guides for 2020-2021.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia,
I'll second that.
seconded by Dr. Dorsey. Dr. Lockhart.
So similar to the last agenda item, we reviewed these in September. We're bringing back for approval in your agenda item. You have the chart showing the content areas where any significant changes were made. These are curricula that were piloted in the 1920 school year, revisions based on teacher feedback, and were provided for, like I said, the board's review and questions in September. And Angie is still with us, Ms. McCausland, for any questions you might have about those.
Board members, any questions? No? Not hearing any, then I will call for the vote. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, board members, now we need a motion for the acceptance of the independent auditor's report for FY 2020.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Battaglia,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Kyler. Dr. Lockhart.
So state education law requires that each local school system provide for an independent annual audit of its financial transaction and accounts. The results of the audit are public and are submitted to the state superintendent, the county, and the General Assembly. Our annual audit has been conducted by Clifton Larson Allen, and I'm pleased to share that the results of the audit are very positive and, extremely reflective of the extremely good work of our staff in Carroll County Public Schools. I'd like to thank Mr. Hartlove, his staff, for all their good work, all those employees who handle accounts across our system. The audit result has been shared with the board's audit committee, as well as Ms. Savigny referenced our recent meeting earlier tonight. And there's a letter from the chair in the board materials as well, the chair of the audit committee. So as required by state law, the audit is submitted for the board's acceptance.
Right, and just to make that distinction, right, this isn't an approval because it's simply to accept the auditor's opinion. So, and I would just like to say, on behalf of Clifton Larson Allen and the audit committee in general, that the qualifications of the group that are on the audit committee, and it's a very, very esteemed group and some great conversations that we have each month. And this is the fourth year that I will be involved in the audit committee, or that I have been involved in the audit committee, and the opinions that come through are incredibly clean. And coming from the financial sector in the private sector, I have seen a lot of individual audited statements that they're never this clean. So I think that's just really telling. And I want to thank the finance team for their outstanding efforts overall and every year. So just wanted to publicly say that. So board members, any questions? All right, then, not hearing any, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
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 Oh, yes, to accept. Did I say approve? Okay. So, board members, let me do that officially. So I will call for the vote to accept, say this properly, to accept the independent auditor's report. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, board members, now we need a motion for the approval of the FY22 capital budget and FY23, FY27 capital improvement program request.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Dorsey,
I'll second.
seconded by Ms. Battaglia. Dr. Lockhart.
Okay, board members, we began the annual CIP process by presenting you with a recommendation for the next year's CIP budget request and the 5-year CIP at your September meeting. At that meeting, Mr. Kane, our facilities planner, discussed the major changes to the proposed CIP from last year's approved plan. The proposed CIP was then submitted for public comment, including a public hearing, before returning now to you for approval. We did not have public comments submitted on the CIP, but with your approval this evening, we will meet the state's timeline for submission to them. The CIP is submitted to the county as well for funding consideration. Mr. Kane and other staff are available to respond to any questions the board has.
Mr. Kane, would you mind explaining, so on the cover sheet for the CIP that went out, it says the funding request for the state portion of the East Middle Replacement Project has increased based on discussions with the IAC staff. Can you give a little bit more color around what that change was?
Yeah, so the document before you has a request for the state share for East Middle, a little over 27 million. What was presented in September was closer to 24 million from the state, which was what was in the county's adopted CIP. As we were talking with the state on the plan, the state member Jillian Storms on the planning committee, and also IAC staff, there is the possibility that we could get additional funding if their process, they would typically look at adjacent capacities. So they would look at the surrounding middle schools to see if there was room to take some of the students, and they would get to a justified enrollment number for the East Middle building. We're going to make the argument that it's really a replacement school, and we just are building it to serve the current students that are there, and that we wouldn't redistrict any kids to other middle schools. So we're making the argument that they should be excluded, which gives us a higher state participation. They told us in meetings that basically that's what we should ask for. They weren't the state staff wasn't guaranteeing that they would agree to it, but that it should be asked for as the starting point. And then obviously as we review it with them, they're asking for additional information. They've asked for maps from us and geocoded student locations. So this request basically it is for the higher amount, and then obviously through the process we'll see where they end up, and obviously where the state ends up that would affect the local portion. But when we get that number from the state, we would obviously come back to the board and make the board aware of where the state landed.
Okay. But as part of the request, that actually would be close to 3 million then additional from the state?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's excellent. And Mr. Kane, I didn't want to let the opportunity pass to talk about the FCI score and how that ties to the strategic plan. At the public hearing where you had presented this information to us, it says that our CIP funding request for 23 to 27 is 162.958 million. And since that's over a 5-year period, that's about 33 million a year that we will be requesting.
Correct.
And I guess when we were doing the FCI analysis earlier, we had said that, okay, in order to kind of maintain a flat FCI score, it would require an infusion of about 44 million every year, right?
The last time that we talked, I guess about it, I guess that was back in December, January, but yeah, that was the number we talked about at the time based on those current dollars. It was around 44 million.
Okay. And so that's the reason for so as we complete the Career and Tech project and the East Middle project, the FCI score is coming down. But then as that number reverts back to more like 33 million a year, it's not quite enough to maintain that FCI score. So we'll see it starting to creep back up in years 6 to 10 of the projection. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, as of right now, the projects that we have in there and the requests that we're making, we're achieving the metric in the strategic plan for over the 5 years. But then we'll start slipping in years 6 through 10, so that's something that we'll need to address in future CIP requests and preparation.
Yes, I would agree.
I missed, back on East Middle, how much is the state money?
In the current request before you, the state share is a little over 27 million that we're asking for.
Okay.
And what was
Yeah.
the total for the whole project?
The total has not changed. It's just shy of 60 million. It was 59,958,000.
58, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought you said 28 million from the state and I only got 27,166. I thought I was reading wrong.
Board members, any other questions on the CIP? Okay. Then with that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. And moving on to item 8H, board members, I need a motion for the interscholastic athletics schedules.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Pataglia,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Kyler. Dr. Lockard.
Board members, at the October 7th meeting last week, two options were presented as possible athletic schedule for the 2021 school year. We also had discussion about the potential for a December 7th proposal. We shared that that was not yet confirmed by MSDE at this point. It is endorsed by a large majority of superintendents in the state who are ones that haven't started fall sports yet. I believe that's 21 out of 24. And then also the athletic supervisors of all those counties. I do not have, I've inquired as late as midday today. I do believe that'll be a discussion at a upcoming State Board of Education meeting is my assumption. But I haven't seen that agenda yet either. I think that meeting's on the 27th, I think it's late, I think it's 27th maybe of October. But again, I'm speculating, I haven't seen that agenda. So I'm hoping that we get feedback on that. But at this point, you've gotten feedback from a lot of people and a lot to sift through, and we're looking for a decision moving forward.
Okay. And I want to thank everyone. I had a lot of personal phone calls from coaches, and I want to thank them, and a lot of personal emails with their thoughts that did not do the survey.
I definitely want to thank all the students that collectively as a team, they sent an email that shows a lot of student support for their community and for their school spirit. And I think that really showed a lot when we heard those different teammates contacting us. So I do want to thank all the students for that and their perspectives on things, because that is what this is about. And it wasn't that we wanted to make sports a priority. It was, these are things that we kept hearing too. So when we have discussions on things, it's not, it's because we are hearing things in the community.
And we collectively, as a group, last time had consensus. We said that academics had to be the priority. So I recognize that we spent a lot of time at the last meeting talking about sports, but that was one meeting and about an hour and a half out of how many hours would you say that we've spent talking about the COVID situation? Probably 100 at this point. So clear, but we clearly all stated last time that academics had to be the priority. But that being said, we wanted to get the feedback because we were hearing a lot of concern from the community on sports. So I really do appreciate all the feedback that we did receive from the community, and Ms. Herbert, like you said, from the coaches, and Ms. Battaglia, like you said, from some of the teams. We had a lot of parents reaching out saying they wanted to make sure that their students were heard, and really appreciate all of that effort. I'm just looking at the feedback information summary that you provided, and it looks like about 42% went with option 1, and that would leave 58% that went with option 2 or option 2 with the December 7th modifier.
Right.
And so I think that, we're definitely taking the feedback into account, and it sounds like the recommendation is to go with the option 2, but throw all of our weight behind trying to help in any way that we can get approval for the December 7th start date.
I think it's important too, I know we had a lot of students reply in this feedback loop, but I know Devanshi also spent a little time talking with students. I want to make sure we get a chance to hear from her, because she did have those conversations with student representatives.
Yes, and Devanshi, I really want to thank you for reaching out and doing that. We had asked you if there was something that you could do for students at the last meeting, and you jumped right on that, and I really want to thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So when speaking with students, oftentimes it was that very close, like 50-50 split, because every student athlete situation was a bit different than the others. But the students, they said, and the majority, that they want to get on the field as soon as possible, but they would be comfortable still with option 2 if there's a December 7th start, because of course this has a major impact on their mental health. They want to get on the field, of course, as soon as possible, but they also want to have the most amount of time as possible to play, to possibly have the chance of getting that state championship, because many teams from across our county often compete at those state finals. And I know last time the board meeting, we also talked about the college recruitment and how that's going currently. And I was able to talk with many senior athletes about that too. And again, there were like varying perspectives from across the board, because again, every student athlete has a bit different. Some athletes say that they're able to procure film through other means, such as club sports or other endeavors. And then some are saying that there's a complete hold on college recruiting overall currently. So again, I think that option 2 is a good idea, especially with the December 7th start, because it would provide the full playing time for these athletes and the potential for a state championship. Of course, I recognize and the students who want to go with option 1 because they want to get on the field as soon as possible, and it is necessary for them to do so.
So, Mr. Duffy, is there anything that we can do as the Board of Ed? I know that we received a letter from Mr. Singer in support of the December 7th option. Is there also something that we as the Board of Ed can forward? Can we send something to Dr. Salmon, send something to MSDE? Try to garner...
MPSSAA.
MPSSAA.
Yes. We definitely need to contact both those.
Well, first of all, good evening, board members, Mr. Frazier, Dr. Locker. I appreciate you having me on once again. Absolutely, if you all would be comfortable writing a letter in support, I think that would be beneficial. I think as many groups who are in support of the December 7th potential date, voicing that support to the State Board of Education, to Dr. Salmon, it helps. It has come from the Superintendent's Association, has come from the athletic supervisors. As you referenced, President Savigny, there also was a letter written from Mr. Singer last week directly to Dr. Salmon. I think all of those help. I think showing a very united front, not just within Carroll County, but across the state of Maryland, for what we believe is the best opportunity of the best option of the available options for our students for the remainder of the school year. I understand
the November concern. I understand the November date. I feel like that significantly shortchanges our fall athletes, and it doesn't give them justice or a complete season. It gives them a very minimal season in a best case scenario. And I think we need to be prepared, as we've said on multiple times, on multiple meetings, that we will likely not have completely best case scenarios. Therefore, we need to make sure that what we're able to address is how are we reacting when we don't have those best case scenarios. So as much time as we're able to build in as possible, I think is the best opportunity.
So a major concern that many student athletes, especially the seniors, had was the spring season, of how it extends into June 19th with the playing. So if seniors graduate, would they still be able to participate in that culminating state championship, or would that not be possible?
Actually, that's a great question, and I'm glad you asked. Absolutely is the answer, 100%. MPSSAA guidelines regarding student eligibility clearly state that students may compete in the same season after they have graduated. So that's a great point you raise. I'm glad you asked it, so that there's no ambiguity for anybody. 100%, absolutely, students would be able to participate through the June 19th.
And that's happened in years past for the, like, softball state championships and things like that. So if they got rained out, that was the way it worked.
Right. I'm glad you said it out loud, though,
Mr.
because
Producer,
the question's going to come up.
And like right now, those that might be doing like workouts, they can still continue that right now?
Absolutely. We are currently engaged in the 2-semester plan. We're in the first semester of that. So right now we are involved with our fall sports, and next week will be our final season of fall sports. Beginning on Monday the 26th, we'll move into the spring sport period of our 2-semester plan. So the 2-semester plan gives us some flexibility in the first semester, but not completely to games. But then the second semester is where we get into the full MPSSAA approved seasons. As of now, it is February, and we're hopeful to get that moved to December.
And you had told us last time, I think it was only 3 counties at that time going with starting now. All the rest, have they obligated to the second semester?
Yes, sir. No one besides the 3 counties have moved into the year-long October 7th date. That is correct.
So board members, any other questions? No? Okay, so with that then, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of the recommendation, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay, and as a follow-up, I do just want to ask the board, so we are in support of writing a letter that would go to several organizations. I just want to, Ms. Eisenberg, should we take a vote on that, or is consensus okay? Yes. Consensus is fine. Okay. So we will write a letter, and feel free to reach out to all of your contacts as well to support that decision.
So we're writing letters individually? Or
I
collectively?
think it would be, no. It would be more powerful
From the
to
board.
be one
From the
letter
board.
from the board.
Okay.
So we will draft it, circulate it to everyone, make sure that they're okay with it.
Karen Salmon and also MPSSAA.
Yes.
SSAA, yeah.
Right, so
Has to go
Karen's,
to both organizations.
Karen Salmon, MPSSAA, and folks at MSTE.
Yeah, maybe the president of the state board is going to be the one ruling on it.
Mhm.
So maybe the president of the
Okay.
state board.
Is everyone okay with that approach?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think we ought to, if you guys think it's appropriate, that letter should thank her for coming up here. It should remind her that we're opening and the dates we're opening, and we'd like to
Have her help now.
also make sure our students get the best possible sports.
Here's how you can help us now.
Absolutely. That's true. That's what we need to state there.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
I think
That we need your help and
say it all.
consideration for our students.
And we voted, so
Athletes.
that part's done. Dr. Lockhart, could you clarify or have someone clarify what is happening with other extracurriculars? Because it also went out that we were doing sports, but we weren't going to let anybody else do anything.
No.
Oh, I know.
That's not true.
That's the
Michael or-
hubbub that people are
right.
thinking in the
Yes.
community. It's not
Michael
true.
or Eric, you can speak to that. I think we touched on band and some other things last time, but
Yes, oh, yeah,
if
it's
you
been
wanna-
said in
if you want to
meetings.
reiterate that for us, Michael or Eric?
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Lockard. We have opened the door for the non-athletic activities to begin. Band, SGA, NHS type activities. Mr. Singer approved a plan that Mr. Duffy and many others, Mr. Streaker, spent a lot of time to help us construct. There are standards that they have to follow, but those activities can begin to happen. I know Mr. Stewart has been working with his band folks to get them going. So the non-sports activities can begin, and the principals are excited. They have to follow, again, the rules, but they want to get those activities started ASAP.
So with marching band, I know that there are tournaments, but is it currently happening in the same fashion as athletics? It's mostly just practices.
Yes, I haven't spoken to Mr. Stewart about those activities specifically as far as the tournaments. My understanding was that I don't know that the state of Maryland was even permitting our bands to compete because, as you know, some of those are thousands of people attend those massive events. But we are getting the kids out with the instruments now, practicing their formations and just every aspect of it that they can do based on the plan that Mr. Singer approved.
And again, a similar note with drama. So will they be allowed to do like in-person performances or?
Yes, drama is permitted to get together in person. They have to meet the limit of, I believe, 20 folks. They're going to have to take precautions. There's going to be things that they won't be able to do, but the actual act of acting, practicing acting, learning lines, they can do that. Drama, the different directors obviously might have a different plan specifically at the different high schools, but they are free to begin drama activities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so board members, that will take us to the unfinished business and new business section. And we have one item, which is the Community Advisory Committee updates. Dr. Lockard.
So, Ms. Gaddis, I don't know if you have a microphone nearby, but okay, great. Ms. Gaddis, who is our staff liaison to the Community Advisory Committee, held their first meeting, and Ms. Battaglia is a sitting board member on that committee, held the first meeting, I guess that was 2 weeks ago?
October 1st.
Thank you. And so if you could just give us a brief update on the meeting, the work of the CAC and future meetings.
Well, as Dr. Lockhart said, we had our first meeting on October 1st. It was a virtual meeting. It was very well attended. I would say we had about 80% of the schools were represented. And it's a very enthusiastic group. They have a lot of things they wish to accomplish this year. At our first meeting, we had Dr. Lockhart and Mrs. McCabe as our guest speakers, and they were very well received. And the group has a list of ideas of things they would like to study for this year. And I'll just name a few. They're interested in learning more about virtual learning. They're interested in the effect of COVID on the budget. They expressed interest in connecting with other board-appointed committees and understanding what those committees are doing when they meet. There's always an interest in security, partnerships, and they're very interested in what Judy Jones is doing with diversity and inclusion, and would like to have her come and speak to the group, but they also would like to have her do a training for them. So I think that would be something a little bit different and interesting for the CAC members to do.
And board members, I know several months ago, before all of the COVID issues, we had voted to start including on our agenda this type of update for the CAC every month to say, okay, what items did we talk about that we think would be good items to send to the CAC to get feedback from their schools. And so I just want to make sure, so I'm glad that this is now back on the agenda. And that we, at the end of each meeting, each regular meeting, we can talk about any topics that we do want to send to the CAC for feedback. And so, Ms. Gaddis, thank you for, you threw a couple of ideas out there. I think those are great ideas. Is there anything else at this moment that we want to add to the CAC agenda? The next meeting is when, Ms.
December 2nd or 3rd,
December
early in
2nd or 3rd.
December.
Okay.
So we still have some time if you have some ideas of topics you'd like to send to them.
Okay.
December 3rd.
December 3rd.
December 3rd.
Okay. So board members will have the November meeting as well, where we can have this discussion. And if we want to think about items that we would want to bring up for potential discussion, we can hit them in November.
Yep.
Yeah, and maybe since they're looking at or consider it virtual, maybe they'd also consider taking a look at the hybrid model as well to get a handle on that.
We can certainly do that.
Getting feedback from the individual schools about what their biggest challenges have been.
Yeah,
And
just how it's working for their students and.
Dr. Dorsey, I think that's a great idea. Board members, do we have consensus that we think that would be something that we'd want to ask the CAC to take a look at? Okay, so we can add that one to the list for next month, and then when we have our meeting in November, we can discuss more possibilities
Sounds
as well.
good. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. All right, board members, so that brings us to any other unfinished business or new business. Any topics that folks want to bring up? I do, there is one additional thing that I would like to bring up, so, and it's in regard to the vote that we took earlier in the evening with the high schools. I know that this is very short notice, and it's very difficult for some of the high school parents. I'm trying to think of folks where you typically think of high schools as those students aren't impacted from a supervision perspective, right, nearly as much as the elementary and middle schools. But are there situations maybe with our special ed population at the high school level where this last minute change might be very, very difficult for them to handle? And are we aware of those situations, and can we reach out to those families and make sure that we're not putting any undue hardship on them?
We certainly can. I mean, if we know about those, and try to make some kind of accommodation. If they're already in one of our specialized programs, that continues. If there's some significant hardship cause for a special education student, I think it'd be important for Mr. Shockney and his staff to know about that, so we can reach out and find out about that if there is a, yes. Those would continue,
Okay.
right?
I guess I'm thinking about a situation where maybe we have a teacher who is coming back in elementary or middle school grades, but has a high school child that has special needs. That could potentially be
This could affect some of the leaves.
right.
You don't think about this age child being as much daycare as the younger ones, but it could be a case where a teacher's planned that one's going to be in school maybe even 4 days, and now they're not.
Right.
For a few weeks, so it could affect that.
Right.
Right. I mean, there are going to be some ripple effects, right? You wouldn't expect there to be a lot of them, but there are some, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think it's possible.
I think all of us are disappointed, right? But we're dealing with the hand we've been dealt, right? There have been a lot of, there was a point where we were thinking that we could get to all of the high schools, but things are changing on a daily basis with leave requests and things. And we've tried a lot of different options, right? But the fact that how many leave requests did we get just this week? 50?
Yeah, it was close to that, if not more. And like you said, it's changing all the time, which is part of the challenge.
Right.
I just want to remind the high school students and the parents that, we were ready to go. And unfortunately, wrenches get thrown, and there was nothing we can do. Literally nothing. We do care, we do understand, it can't even affect us personally. So, I mean, I'll even put that out there. This does affect me personally.
It does me as well.
And you personally as well.
Yep.
So we fully understand what it's like to have a high schooler, and now they're sitting there going, what are you doing? So.
Right.
You have one.
Right.
Right. My daughter will be devastated when I
You
get
have
home
one.
tonight.
Yes.
So, yeah,
no.
I am sorry to all of our high school students and families. But hopefully we can get them in there as soon as possible.
Right. At this point, it is a matter of time, right? We're very close,
Yes.
and it's just a matter of a little bit more time. And that's why I just wanted to bring up if we are aware of any situations where this causes undue hardship because of some teacher situations in our system, I would just ask that, we keep going with the flexibility and open-mindedness that we've been saying all along. Like, let's figure out a way to help those folks out.
Yeah, listen, I fully recognize the disappointment that creates. And I'd love to be able to say that we won't ever have to make any changes once we get started, even with everybody at some point, but I can't guarantee that. That's why I keep sort of stressing that understanding of flexibility, because some of these things are not in the control of us. Especially COVID. And so I completely understand that disappointment. I'm hoping it's short-lived.
Right.
Me too.
All right, so board members, any other comments? I think we want to wish everyone in the elementary and middle schools good luck on Monday with the October 19th hybrid opening.
Yes.
And I do want to remind everyone that we are going back into closed immediately following this meeting. So with that, I will call for a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Moved by Ms. Herbert,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Battaglia. All those in favor, can I get a verbal aye, please?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.